Todd's here too. You want to say hi?
Is that Laura?
Yeah.
Tell her hello for me.
Hey Laura.
Hey. Oh my God.
Hey, Tiziano, come stai?
Look at that boy. So cute. We're live? Amazing.
Oh, to turn 5 months, believe it or not.
Is that Laura?
With that, Laura's about to turn 5 months.
Hey Laura.
Oh my God.
Tiziano, come stai?
Look at that boy. Hey Peter. So cute. We're live? Amazing.
Oh, to turn 5 months, believe it or not.
Is that Laura?
With that, Laura's about to turn 5 months.
Oh my God.
I'm going to turn off. I think we'd better turn off.
Yeah,
the
we got a
mic.
crazy delay going somewhere.
Yeah, super informative. And like, just to know you have a geotech already done, for instance. Great. So
Just give it one more minute. We're waiting. Who are we waiting for? We're waiting for Esong is coming, and Carol Klein is coming. Ramiro is coming. Marika is going to come late.
There's Carol.
Oh, is she here? Oh, there you are. Hey, Carol. Damian, Esong. I'm sure E will just join. That will here. How do we put the PowerPoint on there?
I'll just share the screen.
Okay. Great.
Great.
Wait a minute.
So when you say,
Okay, we're gonna wait another minute. We'll measure some things in the meantime.
you haven't yet done the technical analysis for the electrical.
You should do that.
There's Isam. Yeah, I think we're mostly good because I just got a text from Marriot that said that his internet's down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we're here mostly.
All right.
Oh, and there's Gregory tomorrow. Yeah, cool. Okay.
Just checking if we can see.
Can they?
I think so.
Can you guys all see this big white slide? Okay, good. So I think we're mostly complete. So you guys are going to get started. First of all, happy Earth Day to everyone. I just want to start by introducing the jury, and then I'm going to show a PowerPoint that I showed at the vertical lottery just to kind of refresh everyone's memory. And we're gonna go pretty succinctly today. Probably, I think we're going for 3 hours, right, total. And I'm really excited. There's some really cool stuff that we just started getting last night and this morning, and we'll see what it is. I'll just go through the jury very quickly. We have Andrew Zago, who's senior faculty at SCI-Arc, whose office is Zago Architecture on the upper left. Todd Gannon, who is chair of architecture, or
Actually, it's now Bauman Zago Architecture. We changed the name last year.
Oh, Bauman Zago. Yeah, that's better. I like that. Todd Gannon, section chief / chair of architecture at OSU, and history theory coordinator, alumni from SCI-Arc from back in the day. Peter Testa, senior faculty at SCI-Arc. His firm is Testa Weiser. Damian Jovanovic, who is a faculty member at SCI-Arc and loves lots of things flying around in the computer. So I think you might like what we did today. Let's see who is in the next row. Carol Klein, who's faculty at SCI-Arc and also has an office, Rue Klein. We have Greg Zamora, who is, some of you guys may not know, he's chair of architecture at Pasadena City College. Yi Sung Yi, Are you at home, E? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm yeah, this is my bedroom.
Yeah, right on. I just hope you have pants on. Yi Sung Yi, who's principal at Morphosis and also teaching at SCI-Arc and postgrad. Who's next on the list here? I think, and we've got Peter Trumer joining us at 10:30 a.m. this morning. We have Ramiro Diaz-Granados, whose internet is down, who will be joining us as soon as that comes back up, or so he says. Marika Trotter is joining us about halfway through, and I think that's everybody. So let me get into the models. I'm going to switch to the PowerPoint. Oh, and I want to make sure to thank Sam Flower. He's really my co-teacher in the studio, a great help and an aficionado of models also. So thank you. Okay, so Enchanted Models 2. That means there was Enchanted Models 1 last year in a vertical presentation. And what do I mean by Enchanted Models? So if you just look in a cursory way at what we're doing, it seems like this is a kit of parts studio where we're breaking things down into reductive elements that can all be reassembled back into a kind of a unity. But what we're really doing is re-examining what is a model in general in architecture. Can it be instrumentalized or otherwise turned into a method that's unexpected? And how and how the model kit itself can become kind of a whole world around a project. So not just its constituent parts and pieces, but also the histories around this particular object. It's how it lands on the earth, and even how it's constructed through construction manuals. All of these things being contained inside of the model kit. Next. So from Thomas Demand, I love this quote from him, that we realize how the world looks through models. Of course, we know this project from him, Fukushima, where the status of the model is quite strange. We don't know the scale of this project. We don't know if it's a miniature model. It could be because of the lack of resolution, of high resolution. But we don't, and if you glance at it, you don't know if you're looking at reality. You don't know where the scale figures are. You don't know what's going on. And so I think that this model destabilizes reality. And of course, interestingly enough, you never get to see this. It was destroyed right after it was photographed. Next. Elon Musk puts this image out recently. I think it might be a render, but it's rendered definitely to look like a model. And I find this so funny because he's showing these images at his what he called the full technical presentation of Starship to his shareholders. And of course, this thing is totally not technical and not very full. It's very, very strange. It feels like a toy set on the moon. And I think that shows us a little bit this kind of contemporary sensibility of models coming back into the fore. And I like that idea too of trying to force rendering to be more model-like. Next. So a couple of themes throughout the semester and last year, looking at the toy-like and the gigantic versus the human medium scale. So really looking at the power of scale and scale modeling. And then the speculative real versus mirroring the known. So beginning to use the kit as a place to speculate. Next. Weird scale produces wonder and doubt. Models being used in architectural in the discipline for ages to do impossible things. Gigantic jewels and miniatures. Next. And this picture, which I love, a classic Revell model kit, authentic kit, very important. The scale game playing here is quite funny. There seem to be scale figures associated with this aircraft that are actually working and kind of assembling or servicing this aircraft. The aircraft itself is halfway under construction. It's of course then sitting on the dining room table, and there's a kid in the background who wants to play with the kit. But what I love about the image is that he's not really allowed. He's He's outside of the scene of the model kit, and it's its own world, and he's looking into that world. Next. I can't quite see what that says. Non-obvious parts defamiliarized. So that's one of the great things about model kits is that these are not the parts of architecture that we know. These are not a bunch of little sticks, bricks, and panels. These parts are highly differentiated. Some are massive and some are very, very small. And they point to a different type of architecture, a different type of tectonics and assembly. Parts compete for space. So looking back at Venturi's project, there's a strange connection back to a lot of the ways that he built models with parts of history. And he talks about the parts literally competing for space, like particularly in the fireplace in the Venturi house, but in many other projects where he has the parts and he can't quite put them together properly. Next. Some parts escape and some are contained. Next. Some look discrete, but interconnect. Next. Some parts connect in weird ways. Sleeving, snap fitting, they anticipate the way that they're going to connect with each other. A model kit is a world. It may contain its inhabitants, its contents, its ground, its whole city. Next. Architecture is a collection of parts. Curating is everything. This is really important for the way that we looked at the kits this year. Again, the kit is not complete. It might be missing parts of the building that it's representing. It might have spare parts. It might have very few parts. What matters is that the parts have to matter. So it's not about unity or completeness. It's about representing the most important features of a project. Good models allow views inside. Some models come with their own grounds. Some models are models of models. Some drawings wish they were models. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, these are projects from last year. We don't have to look at those now. So go back one slide maybe. So just to wrap this up, these are some of the ways that we've been working, looking at play, collections and curations, what I call discrete transformations, scale, rotate, move. So dumb transformations, mini models, X-ray models, low-res videos, roundtables. Well, we had the roundtables until midterm, and then we coronaed out. So now we're in no more roundtable, but the idea of the roundtable. So this the difference between Enchanted models 1 and 2 is that Enchanted models 1 last year, we basically just did the model kits and tried to figure out how those work. This time around, we spent half of the semester doing the kits and the second half of the semester trying to apply that logic to an actual project in Columbus, Ohio, which Todd knows. So it's that's the big red circle is downtown Columbus. Then there's the Scioto River, which kind of divides the city. And then on the left, there's a manufacturing district and a company that I'm working with now, Orange Barrel Media, which is going to do an extension to their building. So we're looking at what that extension might be like. It's a media and advertising company, and the students will give you a lot more information on that. So thanks, and we're gonna get started.
Lorenzo, you're all set?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah?
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. All right, can you guys see my screen? Can you see it?
Yep, all good, Lorenzo.
Okay, awesome. Hi, good morning. So I'm gonna present my proposal for the OBM headquarters. Before we start, just to kind of like show a little bit of where we started and how I ended up with the proposal I did. So the precedent I had was the Matsudaira Center in Japan. it's this really weird building that basically is arms and a box. And so I took that to its limits, I think, and deconstructed a little bit of what's happening. So I have three things happening in this project, which is the first one is the arms. And they act as the main components and the main driver for the space. The second thing is the sleeving effect. So the existing building had this color rooms and the sleeving. So I tried to push that a bit forward, and so the arms get thickened. And the third thing is penetration of the box and how that leaves ghosts and spaces between the box and outside of the box. So the model kit itself is very Japanese because the project was Japanese originally. And it speculates on different parts. You can see massings in the front, arms on the left, and some other speculations on the right. And on the center is the main piece that I designed, which has the arms kind of enveloping the box, penetrating it and gripping it and wrapping. And I use that to kind of produce the final object. So I let my flatmate play a little bit with some of the pieces I had. He spent way too long on them, so I had to cut the video a bit short. But so this is how kind of the arms work and how they go about. So within the arms, there's more pieces to it, and the sleeving and the shelling. There's way too many arms on this project, to be honest. So I had a lot of bags of arms. So he's just trying to find the correct fitting piece. And there it is. So after the model kit, right, we do need to produce a massing. So I used the mix of massings that I produced after midterm to come up with a final shape and final object. I'm gonna let this stop motion that's gonna play now kind of show you which one it is. And it's gonna get eaten up. So you can see the box kind of getting broken and wrapped around by the arms. So it's a mix of separate arms and boxes within boxes. So for the object itself, the office building ends up being a very minimal slab building, and most of the spaces happen either inside of the arms, on top of the arms, or around the arms. And the main core just serves as basic elevator and the more bathroom type of situation. So there's no arm that's the same. They all kind of have different opportunities, and they all kind of interconnect differently. This leads to some interesting aspects that are brought up in the building. So this ends up being a huge aquarium space, essentially, where you can look up and down, sideways, and there's always a different thing happening. But essentially, it's still an office building, and you still have desks, and it's still a functional space to a certain extent. And the object is kind of like, it's like kind of walked and just dropped there, and now it's resting. Some of the components are arm connections or an auditorium. Different arms serve different purposes and are kind of occupied in different manners. And I think it's interesting as well, the base slab, which stops being a slab. And so this is a cutaway of kind of what's happening on the inside and how they go through the box. And so, I mean, the interior spaces end up being really odd because you don't really know where the arms came from. This is the auditorium, this is the entrance space, and the color also kind of defines which space you're in, and the below the main plaza. And so I think you don't know if you're inside or outside as well. And so I'll leave you with this animation. So thank you for listening, and I'm really curious to see what you guys say. Thank you.
I think it's fantastic. I really enjoyed your presentation a lot. I guess a couple of questions that appear here has to do with the linings.
Mm-hmm.
whether the lining is something that's inherent to the arm, or if the lining is part of the box and then infuses itself into the arms. What's that? How do you understand that relationship between the lining, box, and arms?
So I think in the beginning, it very much started from the arm alone. And as the project kept advancing, I think the lining itself started going outside of the arm shell and started occupying the box as well. So for example, this image here, I mean, this is no longer a box and it's very much still a shell, but the shell itself has the lining itself as well. So I think the lining ends up finding its way through different spaces, although it still uses the arm as a main modus of going through the project.
Yeah, I found the project really fascinating, because I think what you ended up making is actually not a building, but actually a piece of urban armature, right? And not just basically the sleeves, but the spaces inside is actually like a contained urban space, rather than a building space, or rather than a programmatic space. So I found that duality rather fascinating. And I think that maybe perhaps one thing that you can challenge is the thing about people who build plastic models is the first time you do it, you actually try to build what it was meant to be. And then the second is that when you do what we call like kit bashing, right? So kit bashing is when you start to basically mix and match and make these Frankenstein hybridized models, because you're trying to exploit the potentiality of some of those pieces. Sorry, there's a garbage truck. Yeah. And I think if the arms can actually, in your next reiteration, can actually be more these appendages to explore the nuances and to catalyze the urban spaces around the site, I think it would actually be fantastic. So it has the capacity to actually empower and to raise the idea of the discourse away from just the building as a self-referential idea, but has a larger conceptual impact radius on the neighborhood. And therefore, as a business model, maybe it can translate to having a larger impact on the community. So I really like the project.
I have a couple questions too. I think it starts from the observation that relative to your precedent, which appears to be a kind of box where with the arms on the outside. So the relationship is kind of body and appendage. And your version of the kind of relationship of arms to container, you primarily have your arms in a box now. And my first thought when you kind of cut away at the box was, I guess, wondering whether the box was important anymore, whether the building was just the arms at that point. And it was more just a kind of observation of its form and how it appeared to be working, and the relationship of the envelope to the kind of body that is now a body of arms. And then I was thinking about the relationship of the box to the parts in the model kit in the first place. And I guess maybe I have a feeling these are kinds of conversations you've probably had before at mid-review or even last year. But the relationship of the envelope to the parts, like how might they learn from the relationship of the box to the parts and the model kit, I guess. And probably along the same lines, looking at these interior renders, the strange thing is you don't feel like you're in a model anymore. And it probably has something to do with how smooth, how you don't see quite the same kind of connections between parts anymore. And I guess I was wondering what it might be like to be, we know models from the outside, and that was to some degree in Tom's presentation too, kind of them being miniatures, them being something that you understand from the outside, a kind of desire to get inside, never to be able to get inside quite. But your proposal, obviously, is a kind of you've located us inside in the renderings at least, I was just curious whether there are any desires to keep qualities of model as a kind of, as a kind of flipping what's miniature and what's not. Wondering whether there can be a kind of world making or otherworldly quality that where you somehow recognize a kind of strange occupation of a model once you're inside that might be similar to the relationship to the model as a miniature from the outside. So I'm curious about whether any ideas of the model kind of live in the final project as a kind of strange model idea.
I think, in my opinion, I think the way I could answer that question is not how the parts within the building end up connecting to each other, but more like how does the final project end up sitting on the side, right? I mean, this is still something that definitely crawled out of somewhere and stopped here. It's still a single object that sure contains the arms, and they clearly have their own characteristics and maybe even personality. But I think the aspect of the model kit that is retained is how, in the end, this is still very much one object, one toy that sits on the ground and isn't grown from the side. It's clearly an alien object. And so I think the model kit or the model idea here is presented as this still being an alien object.
So there's a desire still for it to have toy-like qualities.
Yeah, definitely.
So I guess I'm curious, like how many scales you can achieve that on? Because again, we're so on the outside looking at this. Like, does it feel like a toy when you're, when you flip scales, when you're at the scale of the renderings where you're interior? Or how do you achieve the toy-like quality at multiple scales? I guess that's the question. It's a great project though. I just like thinking about how to kind of push farther some of the kind of curious desires that are in the project in the first place.
Carol, I wonder if one of the ways to do that is to almost be a little bit more literal about the model kit.
Hey, Todd, we can't hear you very well.
Really?
Yep.
How about now?
Nope.
Oh, how about now?
Better.
So one of the things about the model kit is that it has two lives, right? The pieces live in the package attached to the weird little plastic holder things. And then they have their life as assembled. And so it seems to me an opportunity, particularly on the interiors, is to play up the trace of that past life in the package. So if you imagine yourself inside one of the model airplanes that you showed at the beginning, for instance, Tom, you're going to see all kinds of little tabs and busted off pieces and a kind of rough, unfinished quality to the interiors that very much contrasts the exterior of the model plane. And I wonder if there's a way that kind of dual life carries into this building. So if you imagine it more as a building and less as a model, are there traces of,
definitely. And I think
lift points and hooks and, the traces of the manufacturing process that become part of the interior, because for me, the toy analogy kind of runs its course pretty quickly. But if the toy analogy can begin to inform questions about how buildings go together, I think it's much more interesting. And the possibility that this thing is made out of unconventional pieces, those pieces are going to have to be made and picked up and moved around. And if the implements of that making and picking up and moving around become part of the interior life of the building after it's constructed, that to me seems like one of the opportunities that the studio sets up. So how do you translate the toy inspiration into building effects? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's always complicated to, we're talking mainly of I would say a scale problem, right? It's complicated to bring something that starts as I mean, we start from a building and then we scale it down into a toy. And then we speculate on the parts and the toy that came from the building originally. So now it's a small thing and we print it and we make these model kits. And after that, we end up blowing this up again. And now it's a building again, but it's completely different. So I think it's fairly easy to lose qualities from each step of the process that happens. And you really, in my opinion, I think it's really important to kind of focus in and pin down what are the main attributes that I want to keep through these like scale up, scale down process. There were many times where this project, the Rhino file was just scaled up unconditionally, no matter what happens to it. So I think when we lose the toy-like qualities, we gain other qualities, in my opinion.
Is it possible to say, I mean, I remember I saw some of the models sitting around, they're great and they're really well done and I really like it. And it really seems like then you have a project and that you just, like you made models and that's really fun and you have a project and that one doesn't have a lot to do with the other than the fact that you did one and then it led to the other somehow. But I'm just curious, that first project, Matsudai, you mentioned, I looked at this, like clearly looked at it a lot. You didn't mention, what is the project? Who's the architect?
So it's MVRDV, and it's essentially an arts cultural center in rural Japan.
Oh, I don't know that MVRDV project. So that's not incidental, the work of MVRDV to your project.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's still very Dutch in some characteristics to it.
And we would look at maybe the Dutch embassy in Berlin, and somewhere in there, Jeff Kipnis's Campo Marzio project,
yeah.
And how those animations go. These are all interesting things, and they seem to be much more about the nature of the project than, like, you talk about it in a way that it seems a little, it's very nice. It's very well done project and very good. And just think that the location of it can be positioned more accurately without the discussion of the model, regardless of how I have a personal admiration for those. But it seems like the project goes somewhere else, and other than maybe how then subsequently it's rendered this idea of a kind of hyperinflation of circulation, or eventually all becomes how you move through the project, and the building itself just becomes a leftover armature, is more the location of the discussion. Because in fact, I think almost immediately, one thing I can't do with the model is just put two pieces through each other like that,
Mm-hmm.
I can put them together the right way. Otherwise I got to get out little saws and all, it's very complicated. Your project is really dependent on a fairly effortless interpenetration of pieces, which is not model-like. I have no problem with that, but it seems like the model puts that there's a physics to it that blocks certain possibilities and makes certain arrangements clumsy, that one would, if you're bashing them, you spend a lot of time making it look like something else, or you can also do model smashing, just kind of like, if you're very bad at kit bashing, you just kit smash. Todd, you might remember the Ghoul on late night television. He would show these horror movies late at night on Saturday, and kids would send in a model that I just spent 300 hours perfectly replicating this, so-and-so ship. Can you please blow it up on your show? And he'd put all these like powerful firecrackers in it and blow up the model. And that was our favorite thing to watch at a certain age. That has nothing to do with the review. I just remembered. Turn blue, scratch glass, do what you can, but don't get caught. That was his mantra. So anyway, so interesting. I was thinking about Takafume Aida. Do you know this architect? Kind of in the 80s. He did a couple of houses. In fact, I think I went right there, the Nirvana house. But after that, I just happened to keep all my references handy. This is his Nirvana house. And then after that, he started doing, they were not good, but these toy houses that looked like they were made out of toy blocks. And when I said not good, it's in part because it's a little funny. It was a kind of also a kind of heavy postmodern aspect to it, but he didn't get the physics right. He would intersect the boxes too much in a way that toy blocks actually couldn't do it. So that's, I mean, I don't know. This is probably something that I'll be talking about in other projects as well. But I guess where the model discussion is and isn't important.
I guess one way of also talking about this project is right now there is kind of like a preconceived idea that a lot of these models are perfect, like simulacras of what the reality would have been. But we all know that basically the alternative form of modeling is to use it as a proxy device to study other ideas, or when the reality is going to be too limiting, that somehow the model represents what the idealization of that project could be. And then sometimes I'm kind of curious if some of these projects can veer away from the simulacra of the real project, as if the model's job is to always serve that linear trajectory of simulation or representation, but somehow branch off conceptually and say, okay, I'm going to take ownership of what the real project should have been or could have been, should the real project have some sort of compromises or contaminations. And by doing that, the model then takes on an extra layer of ownership at a critical level that the real project is incapable of doing. And I'm wondering if that can be a point of also discussion that could enter these projects.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. In a way, the making of the model is like a reevaluation of the original precedent. And so the things that make it into the kit and the things that are discarded is super important for basically creating a new thing. And the assumption there is that, you know, architecture comes from architecture. So we're kind of playing that out a little bit in maybe the most obvious way, where you part out a known piece of architecture and then you reevaluate it and put it together in a different way. I think just that kind of, I guess, literalism is kind of intriguing to me. It's like what we do anyway on any project. You can't not be influenced, and you can't not steal parts from architecture that you love. But I guess we want to just try it very overtly and see what would happen.
Got it.
I'm curious about the color. This goes back to that idea of the duality of model and the building. You said your precedent used color inside, and then you said there's different color to signify where to go. You also have a lot of color in your model kit, but your final model is white and gray. And I think it kind of can play on the duality if we were to see that color come back in this final model. Some idea of wayfinding, right? So when you're inside a space, color kind of helps you get around. I understand that this is the red room or this is the green room, but then also in building a model kit, color usually can kind of signify green goes next to green or yellow goes next to blue. You know, like, how does this thing come together? And I'm curious, why is the final one that we're seeing in rendering all white and gray, and we don't see those greens and yellows that I see in your model kit?
I think the main reason, this was a discussion back and forth, should I keep the color? Should I add them to the sleeves? Should they signify the spaces? I think the main reason the color didn't stay to a certain extent was the idea that it seems to be very overused, especially looking at kind of where the project came from in a Dutch sense of way, where color signifies each room. And I thought maybe it would be more expressive on what's happening formally on the project to do that, instead of focusing on the functional aspect of how the rooms connect to each other or don't.
Okay, so it was a choice to move out color and just pay attention more to formal connection rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting project, Lorenzo. For me, the main theme of of the project would be this idea of play. And I think what is captured in the process that you're showing is maybe like two different versions of play, right? One is this kind of open-ended, infinite kind of game where you have a kit of parts and you don't really know what you will end up with, right? And then the other one is the actual construction of the final model, which is a finite kind of goal-oriented type of play. I would be just curious to know how you think about that, because I think as I read it from the presentation, you start from a precedent that you then kind of disassemble into parts. And then we have this kind of discrete system that might allow for kind of almost like an endless possibility space of models. But then eventually what we end up with is almost like a scaled up version of the precedent that becomes somehow almost like the image of the precedent gets like carried over into the final project, and all that kind of richness and amazing kind of possibility of different kinds of spaces is kind of left behind a little bit. Or maybe that's not true. Maybe you kind of did make a lot of iterations or a lot of versions of this, but yeah, that would be my.
So yeah, I think the thing that is important maybe then to talk about would be how in this model kit, the only original pieces that exist here, there's only 3 actually pieces that are actually original, which is this one here, which is the initial massing of the actual project, and then this scaled up version of it. The rest is all already being speculated on and altered and worked on. So in the end, I think, and then those are the pieces then that are used to kind of construct the final project. So what might look like a direct connection between the precedent actually isn't, because I mean, I had only a drawing from the precedent, so I don't know that well what's actually happening on the inside. I had a plan and some perspectives of it. So all of it by the beginning of the exercise is already very much based on speculation of what I think should look like or what I want it to look like.
Yeah, it's just this difference between kind of the Lego approach to building, which is kind of you have a generic volume or a series of generic volumes that might produce almost like endless difference, versus something like a Gundam kit, which is like super precise, right? Every piece has its place in the final. I'm just curious in this idea of planning out the final model. I think to me it looks like it looks more like a Gundam kind of approach where you have to like really design all the pieces beforehand. But that kind of leaves or let's say like closes the door to the possibility of having like an open-ended system a little bit.
I wanted to say something about that. I agree with you, Damian, and I was just thinking, Lorenzo, and kind of talking to Sam about this, but it's so interesting to see these stop motion movies at the very end of the studio, and I keep thinking, I wish we had done these earlier, because there's so many extreme odd recombinations of your kit, like this tower you keep showing. It's just amazing that it's like suddenly you've duplicated the parts times 5, and you have all piles of spare parts. Then there are like pile projects, and then there's like, you know, I think it's I think that I'm just reminded now, kind of at the end of the studio, how in a way like radically scaling up parts or like, you know, obsessively duplicating parts and things like that is really the key to this whole thing. And, you know, I think this project is great, and it's really well worked out. And this is a beautiful drawing, by the way. I think though that what it did do is stick a little bit close to the original precedent, and it somehow had some kind of, you know, background force keeping it a little bit related to the precedent. But I think if we were to continue with this, we might get rid of the box. And we might scale up those arms, we might pile it into a tower. There's just all kinds of other things that could happen with that same kit. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, we got to keep going to the next project.
Okay. Awesome work.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Herman Diaz. So my president is John Haydock, the Cathedral, and I was really fascinated about this project from the start, and just how it kind of all works together, or it's put together in that sense. So my president's was a little different from other presidents in my studio, in the sense that there's parts escaping or being inhabited into this shell. And I carry that concept throughout my whole project, as you will see. And this is my midterm, sorry. So I carried my project all the way to midterm, and what I really focus on was to assemble it into this shell, and how these items are escaping out of this box, and how it could all be revealed, just like in my president's analysis. So some of those parts end up escaping, as we'll see here.
See this amount of work at midterm. I'm kind of awestruck and disturbed.
And so what I really focus is on how to create different logic and a different scale for different models and their inner models. So that was for midterm. And I was able to make very interesting logical theories about like menageries and how Haydock used to work with those items and how he did his own stuff. And so I was really focused on how to have these kind of parts or models being embedded into this box and being enclosed in such a way. And it led me to then speculate about the wonder and doubt of, should these items be being chewed out? Should they be held in? Should the scale be rotated? Should it be shrunk? Which is an interesting idea, because then it led me to think about how these items or parts or objects are competing for space. And I think that's really important when I started to assemble this or inhabit it in this shell. It's that competition of space. And it really ties into the studio on the fact that the majority of the models, kits, or just model kits that you buy in the store or anything, there usually are assembly pieces inside that kit. And I think it's majority of them is competing for space. So when I placed my model on the site, I was very aware to bring those concerning items of how these models are competing for that space, and what models are kind of protruding or escaping or inhabiting onto my site. So here's the final for our studio. And what I really searched and thought after is this competition of inhabitant and how these items are being captured into this shell. Okay. Kept it quick and short and quick.
No, you're is that the end of it?
Yes, sorry.
No, I really kind of find this very intriguing. It's less of a model kit as opposed to like those doll houses where you could actually use the entire house as a carrying kit. So it's I'm kind of intrigued with the fact that you didn't actually integrate those disparate items into a singular unity. They became transformed into different architectural components the way they are, or it seems like that's the translation from the way that they're boxed to the way that the box becomes the building. And then all the other elements now becomes kind of like either furnitures or partitions or components for the space planning, right? Rather than a complete transformation to a whole new entity. And it reminds me more of like these doll houses that where one would actually now narrate all these spaces in between in a miniaturized form, but they're actually spatially discrete rather than completely integrated. Would that be off?
Yeah.
Sorry that I am in here. So is it okay if I open my mouth here, or?
Of course.
Hey, Peter, welcome.
Hey. No, you know, sorry, I just bumped in. I just came cross country, you know, from somewhere. Yeah, no, but I think I want to extend to this. It reminded when I saw the first time John Haydock's toolbox. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the toolkit, you know, the kit for Cooper Union. Yeah, I always understood it like these are the architectural elements with which you do architecture. Yeah, I think in your case, what I saw is the toolbox itself becomes architecture. Yeah, it's not like and why I'm saying that is because this word model, that I think has been thrown to the studio has in my head always, and perhaps here comes my my Dot Gannon helps me, but architecturally theory speaking, I always had two words with the model. One time it's an abstraction, meaning, I use elements to make something real. But in typological theory, the model is that what is real, and the other thing is the abstraction. So the thing is, what is now considered to be the abstract to which something emerges to be real, and what is the real, to which you abstract? I think that's, to me, getting interesting. In your case, I thought in your case, what you do is the toolbox is what is real, whereby the tools are just rooms, in opposites to the other projects where the parts are considered to be abstract geometries, and making them together is real. I'm just saying it is, just I throw something just to. But it's beautiful, beautiful.
So this is the massing of the final, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it got the little kind of potatoes on the bottom, and it got the chamfered edges added in. And it's got the extruded like television screen that's being cut through right there.
That's the building that's on the site, Andrew.
The one with the screen there, the one that's being cut right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
But so I have a question, and maybe this is for Tom. I want to know your position on sprue trees, because the one you show is your opening scene. It has that. You guys know the. Well, I gotta get rid of my background. You know the plastic that holds the whole. The plastic tree that holds. That you extrude the plastic into, and that holds all of the pieces there. And a lot of the model cases, and I think this is, I'm not an expert in these high-end kind of Japanese models. I have a feeling they're all removed already from that tree, and you put it together from a bunch of pieces. And so you end up with this, and maybe this is the toolkit that Tom is, that Peter, hey Peter, that Peter is talking about.
Nice to meet you all, my friends,
Yeah.
That you know, I have you all on my screen, all of you. I exploded the grid, and you're all there, organized in fabric, everyone in the cube,
I wanted to, there you go. I wanted to say that there's a certain kind of space that has to do with a sort of, I don't know, sometimes it's called like a tabular encyclopedic space, where you have all of these elements and you very carefully arrange them into a grid. And each one is separate, and they're just held together by well, if it were like a kind of Diderot encyclopedia or something, by the sheet itself. And that's a very particular kind of space, and your midterm model had that, like a lot. And then it seems like then, and I think when this animation gets right to where you're cutting through the plan itself, it still has that, but it seems like you didn't have enough confidence in that. It didn't have enough going on. Like you could just say there's a certain type of model in which everything is just nested into right there. Yeah. Nested into a special space. And that's going to be my project. So I thought that midterm layout, when you took the cover off of the box, in a way, it was a more advanced project. What I would have thought then was, should that have been actually an elevation, like a slab, a very extreme slab building instead of a plan? Very difficult, I know, because this could be an office or a factory layout, or a lot of things go like this, right? But if you had just that arrangement and imagine that as a gigantic elevation in the city, I think that was sort of your project. And then I think, so sometimes you just have it admit. So you were in luck. Midterm, you could have just stopped and you could have just been taking up hobbies while you were.
Well, by the way, just to say something about this project, that I was kind of trying to bend people towards doing a map building, or at least the lower building, because there is a height limit there for this project.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, and I can understand it. I think even the midterm project was good that way as a map building. I just think independent of what the particular restrictions are, it would have been interesting as an elevational and sectional idea also.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And to your point about the injection molding kits and the you were calling it like a tree, I think.
Yeah, I think they're technically called a sprue tree.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm interested in those just because of the way that the kind of optimization or nesting of those parts tend to put really, really gigantic parts next to very, very small parts in order to kind of infill for the molding process. And the way that it bends our idea of kind of architectural parts. So I like that. But,
yeah, right.
But you're right, like a lot of these kits are more like a gun case that have like, like foam insets and inlays. And I think that's just a different approach, but I think they're all,
this right here is a very clear and very interesting architectural idea. And I think I don't think it needed then to have other stuff happening to it,
Because the only time when it's actually this separate in reality in those model kits is when it's actually a different material. So you would actually have a different base, let's say like a laser die cut piece would always be segregated from basically the polystyrene plastics, which are all connected by the sprue. And so this kind of it's interesting because this actually liberates you from actually owning different materiality and different kind of constructability components when it's actually separated like this, rather than a unified kind of proposal when you're actually talking about the sprue.
You see, I just want to, I want to, you see, what I always found interesting in Hadoke, and this is why I came with this box before, is I think he always had a different relationship between an architectural element, a geometrical element, and an image. Yeah. So when you show the example of the box and he puts this geometry in the wall, yeah, suddenly they come a strange window. Yeah. So to me, when the abstraction part moves into architecture, yeah, it suddenly turns it to become something different. Yeah. So you see, when you do the toolbox as architecture, yeah, I think to me there is it's a reverse model. It's basically the box itself is the architectural entity. Yeah. But I think there's something in John Hadoke that I always appreciated. Yeah. That a part, a geometry, is a free floating entity. It does not know yet what it wants to become. Yeah. Only once geometry, architectural type, and image come together, then they produce it. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that I always thought this is a very powerful idea because it gives every entity something not to be yet finished. Yeah. So when you come with the toolbox, which I think is interesting, what Andrew says, that the toolbox itself is an abstraction that unreveals an architecture that we don't know. Yeah. then I think it could be interesting that, for example, imagine you would take these, I don't know, Andrew, what this was, these sticks, and imagine that becomes architecture. Then you have, I don't know, a strange corridor, you know, with a too long room, you know, with, yeah. So I think in the translation, there is perhaps another architecture embedded, yeah. Then the literally form may equals architectural element. Just as
I really like this idea, Peter, that the possibility of upsetting what we understand as model and what we understand as real. And one of the things that I think is working well in the final proposal, right? I agree that that here there's a clarity that is maybe lacking in the final proposal, but the way you're using the existing building to me seems worth mentioning. So you've duplicated the batch plant towers. So it's a really interesting building. You know, it started off as a concrete batch plant. So the 3 cylinders that you have there were on the site. Then the big triangle billboard was built around and within those cylinders. So you had this thing that was an architecture that got turned into architecture by a renovation, right? And then now what you've done is kind of by duplicating it, by the way that you're placing it within this kind of nested bits of other people's architecture. You know, I see Haydock's House of the Suicide. I see pieces of La Tourette, you know, that you've actually turned it back into a kind of model. So the thing starts as a piece of infrastructure, becomes architecture, and now in your proposal, it becomes model. And so there are kind of interesting ontological transformations that are being suggested here that I think is worthwhile. I mean, normally I find that ontological questions in architecture are less interesting than experiential ones. But in this case, I think that you've hit on some deeper questions that I think Peter articulated very well. So I just want to throw in the way that the existing building, which is super interesting, by the way, the way that building is brought into the conversation, I think is very interesting here. And yeah.
Todd, what's the experimental? You know, is that this? I mean, it's interesting what you just said. You know, when it's not an ontological.
Well, of course it is, Peter. I said it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, keep going. Sorry.
That's why we miss you around here, Todd.
We froze Peter right out of the conversation.
No, I just.
Oh, there you are.
Because you said you like the experimental more than the ontological, yeah? I just
Experiential.
Oh, Oh, sorry. You see? So sorry. Oh, yeah, of course.
Not as interesting as you thought.
I have another maybe question observation relative to the box.
I like you, Dot. I like
art. When you were, I don't remember now what you were calling the small parts when you were first describing your project. I can't remember. What were you calling them?
I think I was just calling them like,
you must remember because you were calling them the same thing every time. You had like a term for the parts, like that wasn't parts, wasn't elements. I don't remember what they were. I mean, my first thought was like, because they were being described kind of uniformly as these kind of pieces that maybe, my first thought, you know, before the conversation started was to kind of understand the program of the parts. But as the conversation has kind of become about the box kit becoming the architecture, there's also this kind of funny, you get a sense of scale in your final rendering, for me, mostly because I guess of the kind of renovation context and also window mullions. Otherwise, there's this kind of flexibility in the reading of scale, in that it could be this kind of giant urban proposal, similar to this, right? Where each piece is almost its own building object in a kind of larger kind of urban organization. And I guess I wonder, like, if it lived, if we kind of blink our eyes and reimagine it at a smaller scale, and you kind of think about what Tom was calling, I guess, the kind of gun kit, to some degree, I guess they're always all like similar. They all have these similarities in that you remove all the parts and you have this organization of space. And I guess I was wondering if you were to imagine the empty kit, the box and the empty kit as your architecture, which is kind of what's suggested, what you're suggesting and what the conversation is. I wonder what other life the parts might have. Like, I wonder whether they still remain in this kind of ambiguous factory office kind of, they're rooms, they're like miniature architectures. It's kind of this vacillating between urban scale and architecture scale, or whether they have an entirely new life. They get assembled into the gun. They do something else. They're not necessarily stuck back onto the box. They're not necessarily sticking out of the box. So it's a question I have. It's a question because I guess the box is kind of living this suggested, there's this kind of ambiguity to scale.
Mhm.
And therefore there's, for me, this question about what the parts might be relative to the kind of ambiguity, meaning they could be more than one kind of thing. There could be more than one kind of choice for how you develop them. And I guess I was wondering whether they could, I don't even know what that means quite. I don't know what the answer might be, but what might they be other than part of the project in the way that they're kind of either stuck on or they're kind of suggested as, mini architectural rooms or in a kind of larger, kind of map building kind of way.
I think that's really great how you put it, because that's a question I kept asking myself during the whole semester is what, is it just a part that has some meaning to it, or can it transform? Can it be put together? Just all these sorts of questions I started to ask myself of how and what the inner life of the individual parts could be, or what does it mean to put parts together in that way. It was, it's something that I did on the side where I had to lay out thousands and thousands of parts and then try to figure out to myself and take a step back and say, what are they and what inner life do they hold in them?
I mean, and to some degree, I guess I was wondering, is architecture the empty box? Like here it's full, but in order to make it kind of architectural space, in order to kind of have interior volume, you have to kind of dump the box, you have to empty it out. So part of me also wonders, I guess, in a kind of really simplistic answer, like whether there's two architectures here, there are two buildings.
Well, yes, I would say there's two buildings.
One is the gun and one is the gun case.
Yeah, because I think at the end, I think I end up deciding that the gun is a little bit much more important than the case in my situation. And that's what kind of led me to have this kind of final kit being assembled, which does have a lot of less parts inside of them. And it is like a loss of inner life, but I think it's that loss of inner life that you start to gain other things in the project, which will come into whatever speculative form or competing from space from one another, or what is escaping or what left the project. So yeah, I agree. I think having to decide that and maneuver between those two worlds is tricky, but it's interesting. It's a fun place to be.
I mean, now when you describe it that way, I see where it looks like you're assembling some of the pieces into something new. But this is, and so the way you're describing it is probably somewhere in between the two places that I'm suggesting your project may lie. But one is the empty box, and one is the kind of assembled gun. But they're you're kind of doing neither here. You're kind of doing a little bit of, maybe you're kind of hoping there's a little bit of both in here.
Yeah, that's the goal actually. Yeah, I think inhabiting with just a million parts inside of it, I start to lose another thing, and it was really important for me to be able to keep these two worlds almost balanced in between, or held in between, with this shell, with this box.
I guess the big question following that comment is that none of your pieces are dependent on its neighboring piece for the completion of its identity, right? Each one of them, I think that's the fundamental difference between the earlier project and your project, is that each one of your elements has a capacity to stand on its own, whatever that means, right? It's not codependent, and therefore it actually strengthens the case of the appeal of the big volume map building, which is ultimate flexibility and usability. So I guess the one thing that I would have been curious to see is maybe kind of several iterations of how flexible the interior layout can be. You know, maybe all the elements are all grouped to one corner of the box and 80% is pure open space, or they're all evenly distributed like the way that you have it here, right? It's I think you had a lot of ingredients to maximize the capacity conceptually and spatially, your archetype. And I think that would have been basically one thing that you could actually develop with the ingredients you have right now.
Yeah, that's something I'll keep in mind. I like that. Thank you so much. It's amazing how it is in between the border of filling up this box like a map building, and at the same time is it what's reaching out in the corners, or what's escaping in that sense. And so I think like what isn't happening inside that container and what is escaping out of it, it's something that I could play around with, and I had the liberty to play around with. And that's something that I wanted to take forward into from midterm to my final is exactly that. It's how much can I push out of the container, or what should just be on the corners or escaping. How it's that inner life. It's all fun and playing games. And it was hard to decide which one to go for final, but it was.
Right, but what I think is interesting is that this idea of play that you mentioned is kind of, it feels a little bit arbitrary in this last move to me, because, and this is just if you read Hayduk in this kind of conceptual lineage coming from Marcel Duchamp, for example, kind of this miniaturization of like an interior world of an artist into a portable kind of work of art, right? And I think the Cathedral is an example of that, maybe, right? This kind of, it becomes like a box that holds this floating signifiers, but they're very personal and they're very kind of, they have a symbolic kind of order attached to them. What I thought was really interesting in the generic box that you had is that this order then becomes like translated into some kind of fabrication logic of almost like a Gundam model, or let's say like a kit of parts model, which means that this kind of everything that was poetic or symbolic about the kit of parts coming from Hayduk, it's totally erased and becomes part of another logic. But then once you start recombining them in your own way, for me it becomes a little bit a question of like, how do you kind of structure that motivation from your side in a way? Because I would totally see that you can intervene in this kind of historical precedents by stripping them of qualities and declaring them like empty signifiers that I can play with. But I do think you need probably like a larger technological platform to do so. And I think that's where the generic box was really working. But once we get back into this kind of personal kind of compositional thing that I think is happening in the final image, maybe that's where we're kind of, it becomes a little bit less precise to me. But I think it's a really well-made project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to move on, guys. Thanks a lot, German. Great project.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
Are you out there?
Yep.
Awesome.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So my precedent is the ancient city of Tikal. This is sort of like the earliest map that was made to sort of like chart it. This is in 1959. This is basically like the largest acropolis in Mayan civilization ever. it's pretty interesting because this is what like what was found so far back then, but due to lighter technology, later on, like not so long ago, it was discovered that actually there's like way more than what was charted back then, right? This is mainly because it's like right in the middle of the jungle and it's very hard to get there. So I started thinking about this for my project, like what happens with the Uncharted or like the hidden city kind of idea. There's another lighter imagery of the ruins. So as I started modeling my president, I started speculating like, oh, what happens beneath, you know, like there's this like hidden city beneath it. There's this like very common thing in different Mesoamerican cultures too, where pyramids are actually built on top of each other when they reach like a maximum size, I guess, and they want to like expand it. So I started playing with that idea too. This is from my midterm kit. So these are like different pieces that I started taking out. The egg crate foam is kind of like intentional, like it's trying to show sort of like the excavating process, I guess, or like kind of like how it's hidden like within something. And so I reached this point after midterm where I started sort of like playing with the kit and sort of like puzzling the pieces together to create this mat building that Tom assigned us to do. Within that, I started working with sort of like the underground or the underworld, which is like a very common theme also in Mesoamerican cultures. So my mat building is sort of like different levels, and I'm trying to portray the idea that you're like going down and excavating into the project. And this is the animation. And so this is what I ended up getting. So this is the different levels of the mat building. These labs are sort of like populated with things inside. So they're not only used like on the top surface, like you can go inside them. These are some elevations too. And it was kind of like a challenge to sort of like develop a new design aesthetic that wasn't completely ancient, like my precedent, because it's very rudimentary, I guess. So there was some room for interpretation there. And this is the ground floor. Again, I don't know if you can see my mouse, probably not. But well, you can see on the top right of the slab, I have this sort of like hidden city, but like with the actual geometry of the ancient. And this is supposed to be like underground in my project. This is the second level. And we already start having this like open office space with different like meeting rooms and desks and all that. And then this is the last floor. And this is my Godzilla drawing. And yeah, thank you.
Could you tell us, I mean, not to be too obtuse about this, but tell us a little more about the plan. I mean, one of the opportunities of the model kit seems to be to get away from certain conventions about plan making. Yours seems almost Beaux-Arts in its symmetrical organization. You know, it's kind of like Frank Lloyd Wright went to the École des Beaux-Arts, and this is what happened. And I wonder about that. You know, given the studio brief and with its not so subtle suggestion to move away from architectural conventions, how is it that such incredibly conventional plan making maneuvers are retained here?
I guess like my starting geometry was very like symmetrical, so it was kind of like hard to get away from that and sort of like retain aspects of my precedent. I actually had like an earlier project that was like way more asymmetrical, but we ended up like deciding that I would come back to this. But yeah, I agree. I guess I was kind of like stuck sort of like following the parallels and like my given shapes that I didn't really give it thought on like how to make it more chaotic. However, I would argue that my ground floor is like way more unconventional, if you would call it, than my
Well, let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that it's bad, and I'm certainly not suggesting that I would prefer chaos.
Right.
You know, neither of those things are the case. I think there's quite a lot to like here. I just find that you've arrived at a kind of a very unsettling organizational aspect in the project that seems outside the way that you describe the ambitions of the project. So I understand where it came from. You know, there's like maybe a little too much Tikal has stuck around in the final model, but I just wonder about that. And I think, you know, how you take that on is important. So if you are working with raw materials that seem to push you in a certain direction, you know, how do you impose enough authorship to derail lines of inquiry that you're less interested in pursuing? So you sound kind of unsatisfied with the symmetry. I wasn't, and I was just curious about it. And so I, you know, at some level, I think maybe this is a question about who's in charge. You know, are you the author? Is the process the author? And how these decisions get made. You know, I'm interested to hear more about.
But I think I just wanted to offer some. Hi everyone, sorry I'm late. I thought it was interesting that your precedent wasn't a single building but a territory, and I thought that's fascinating, because I think that both offers an opportunity of which to move away from legibility from the source pretty quickly, but also it demands a different way of understanding what your working parts are. And in those early images, you have these like a thermal map almost. Basically, you have images of the territory that render it as surface without substance. I think, yeah, like these, right? That I think would offer a different way of understanding like what a component is. And I think you'd have to get more inventive. So I think when you resort to the, you know, geometricizing the buildings and using those, I think that's where maybe an opportunity was missed to dive into a different understanding of what precedent as territory might be and what that might offer.
Well, yeah, you know, I think it's interesting, this comment, because you see the Met building and also that image you show now is that the Met building reverses this idea of a single building in a territory and turns it actually into a territory itself. You know, basically a Met building is a reverse, yeah, of a city model. Yeah, you know, if the city is basically buildings in a territory, actually the Met building is the opposite. Yeah, the building becomes the background. You know, yeah. So I think it's interesting comment. But I think the idea of the Met building, perhaps there needs to be, to me, a typological understanding what this building is. And I remember when I looked at them, I always thought, you know, people always think like it's a building with holes inside. Yeah. But what I realized, it's a actually reversed urban, it's an interiorized city. Yeah, it's basically turning a city basically inside out, yeah, where the buildings become the void space and the circulation space becomes interiority. Yeah. So I think you have a very interesting diagram there that goes back to Ramiro's and Todd's question. The only thing what I don't understand, and perhaps I don't know, perhaps this is perhaps the uniqueness, is you suddenly stack them. You know, I mean, it turns it into itself as an idea of building by considering every mat as a floor. Yeah. And so I have to say it's a very interesting take on this type, yeah, because you don't know, is it like a mega structure? You know, I always thought it's like a Japanese metabolism, yeah, but then the buildings are still as singular entities, you know, they are in these flatness. So and then yeah, it's a very weird typology that you have come up with if you look at it from an architectural reading, yeah, where the mat building originates from.
I also think it's it was an interesting point that you made. Well, you spent some time describing the original condition being a kind of hiding a kind of buried condition, or hiding one or more kind of buried buildings, buried cities underneath. Yet it, especially in the kind of topo model, that green and yellow model that Ramiro asked you to pull up, it's kind of resembles your kind of foam cutout too. Like it almost resembles the kind of voids into which you might place your parts even. But I guess it was in terms of the kind of buried idea. I know that you described a kind of final proposal as something being buried, but I wonder whether it might be more interesting kind of rethinking the map building in terms of a ground that has a top side and a bottom side, so that and maybe if the ground is even something related to the kind of foam, that how you understand occupying the top side with the parts may be similar to how you occupy the bottom side with the parts. So instead of stacking parts, you kind of work on a kind of single horizontal ground that has a kind of, I don't know, facing the sky, kind of life unburied, and then the kind of facing, you know, some kind of abstract notion of solid and kind of earth, or the kind of being underneath the ground. I guess I'm just curious whether there are so many kind of interesting moments of the relationships between kind of above and below that you're already describing, the relationships between the on-purpose kind of egg crate foam, which resembles to some degree that kind of initial topo model, and the idea of this kind of model kit parts, that I feel like you potentially already had a kind of hierarchical set of parts, like not even model parts, but just kind of the project parts that could have been reassembled into your project in a pretty interesting way. The buried, the underground, the below, the beneath the ground versus the on top of the ground, and so forth.
I'm glad you guys are bringing up these issues of like the ground and the territory and all of that. So I think one of the precedents of models that we looked at too is the diorama as a special case. And although many plastic model kits are like usually, you know, focused on the object itself, the cool thing about the diorama is that it includes the forest and the river and the mountain and all the inhabitants and the vehicles, and it really makes a core sample into the earth and removes it out as a whole atmosphere. And I think this project could have gotten further had you not totally excised out all of the other actors, I guess, in the scene, like the jungle and the trees. And you know, I love this image that you left this on, because for one thing, you've upended the scale relationship between all the parts. I'm seeing like micro ziggurats, mega ziggurats, things that look like concretized territories. But then the foam part, all the jungle and all the other stuff around it, I feel like, I don't know, maybe this could have been, the foam could have become, you know, a way of connecting the building back to the city in Columbus or something. But I guess part of my dream of these model kits is that they do include all of that other stuff, the stuff that's around and inside architecture, architecture's history, and then it's concrete parts, but all in a box. So I just wonder what would have happened had we not had we kept those parts of the territory in the project.
Especially, I think this is the first project where we're looking at an urban plan or an urban design as a precedent, right, as opposed to individual architectural buildings. And I was really fascinated by the LiDAR scanning by contemporary archaeologists to kind of locate its larger footprint. And I thought that's where you were going to go with it, where the model now had this capacity to do like a future past projection and to kind of finish or to reclaim back from nature what nature took away from the heritage and the legacy of the civilization. And by doing that, you can create the substitute future fiction for what the complete rollout of the entire plan would have been as this meta narrative. And I think that's kind of like the one missing. This image, what right now the reality is what, like one third of this?
Yeah, it's mostly the North Acropolis is called, which I don't know if I can point. Let me see if I can draw actually. Yeah, here we go. So it's most of what I worked on was this. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a lot more DNA that you could actually use where the model can actually now reclaim the reality,
right?
Or reclaim what is lost. I think that would have been an amazing opportunity.
Okay.
Cool. Shall we continue? Yeah. Okay, I think we'll continue forward. That was great.
Awesome. All right, thank you very much.
Anna, are you out there?
Hi. So good morning, everyone. I'm Minxue. So back to my midterm first. My study president is Marriott Atlanta, designed by John Portman. I tried to catch some good qualities by making the model kit of Marriott, such as how the mezzanines are changing floors by floors, what are the detailed shapes of some interesting plugins, and how do I assemble parts in several different ways. So here are some photos of my midterm model. By cutting the model in different ways, I saw some different beauty from John Portman's project. So after midterm, I paid more attention to some following qualities which I wish to use in my own project. So the first one is fold. I found a lot of profile contains fold. I even designed my own version, which is the most left one, like with the sharp sawtooth pattern. Number 2 is mezzanines. So it's not hard to find that mezzanines were the soul of John Portman's Marriott, which can be seen just, in my opinion, like what street or road means to city, which can create a big inner world. So number 3 is spiral staircases. Spiral staircases is more than ornament in John Portman's Marriott. It can connect the mezzanines, but at the same time, it's truly a weird presence. So I chose one gigantic piece as a start to carve my project. The idea is to keep the giant vast space as the inner outside wall and adjust the floors in a push shape. This is the result after modifying. You can see the underneath appears a big hole. This is how I adapting to the present building. And I'm making this opening to swallow the present building inside my building so that I can make the inner big city in my building. And also I use the modified piece from midterm to treat the ground. The space under this piece is for parking. And also I brought the sawtooth shape back as my facade. So here's my few renderings. I hope you can enjoy wandering in my big city. Here will be the end of my video.
Is there like a clear image of the final thing that we could?
Anna, can you pause it on the render that shows the building on top of the existing building? But show the one with the mezzanine in it too. I think that one.
Should I stop here?
Can I say something?
Yes, sure.
You know when I saw your presentation, something came really interesting into my mind. I didn't know that Boardman, look now seeing your presentation, seems to have constantly this debate in his own work between, is a building an extrusion, yeah, or is it a pyramid, yeah? And so when I saw your presentation, I went through my mind about all the Boardman projects that I know, yeah? And in the beginning, they looked like extrusions, yeah? But then they became like pyramids. And the difference was that the one reference you showed on the I think this is not the Hyatt, but this is the Marriott.
Yeah, it's the Marriott.
The interesting thing is the extrusion project is where he has a public space, yeah, and then he wraps the building around it, yeah. Basically, it's more or less like there's a square or piazza, and then he makes the hotel. But what is interesting in the Marriott is he starts with the building, and then he basically puts a public space inside, yeah. So suddenly gets a parametric entity, yeah. You know, it's a little bit the same also in the Bonaventure, yeah. You know, where of course it's not like a pyramid, but the public space is in the ground, and then the towers are going through, yeah. It has a kind of so in your case, the interesting thing lies that what makes it parametric, yeah, is not the public space, but it's actually the existing building, yeah. You know what I mean? Because it has suddenly, and I thought about that suddenly what you call a Portman variation of the parts is not anymore a building where a public space inside, but suddenly the pyramid encapsulates, yeah, something in between an existing and the old, yeah. So there's something interesting that all because you can look through now, it has more to do suddenly something with you know, the Arc de Triomphe building, you know, where you have more like an arch, yeah, than a pyramid. So I think in that sense there is an interesting or the Hook building from OMA, you know, the corner building, yeah. So it turns from an atrium pyramid into a gate building, yeah. And so I think that's, to me, I think something that I found interesting when I saw your presentation. It unfolds different ideas how you can read Portman's work, you know. Do you know the San Francisco project in Portman?
Yes, the Hyatt.
The Hyatt in San Francisco. Yeah. Because the interesting thing is, it's actually a triangle. Yeah. So basically, it's an extrusion project on the corner, you know, meeting a pyramid project on the side. Yeah. And so you could argue that the prototype for all your projects, where he assembles different pieces, yeah, of his own project, is, for example, the San Francisco project. Yeah. Yeah. You know, where he basically reassembles these two typologies, and that's why I found the what is it? Is it the Marriott or Hyatt in New York the most awkward one? Yeah, because it's like it's a stacking project. You know, it looks like it has a pyramid, but actually it jumps back. You know, so I think that there's an interesting debate you have in relationship to what kind of architectural entities is Portman up to, and what is my variation when I play different parts with it?
Well, I think, Peter, I think that the variation here is crucial. In a way, that's what the whole studio is about. Like how can you pull these parts out of your kit, and I would say remove them from maybe their normal function, and definitely from symbolism and meaning. And then use them in a different way, and likely at a different scale, and likely at a different orientation, and even number. And so I guess this project, I think it seems to me more of a kind of in the spirit of project that's riffing on a precedent, but it doesn't. To me, that the parts are deployed again at the same scale and the same basic number. And so I feel like it would be stronger had it really started to question, like, and almost go into a state of mania of using the kit in almost an inappropriate way, I guess. And so I wish that for this project. But right now it feels like it almost could be like from Portman's, like an outtake from John Portman a little bit.
Well, it's like a domesticated version of it, because you lose monumentality of the kind of relentless repetition. I almost feel like it would have been more interesting if this was like tilted horizontally.
Right.
So that the circulation is no longer circulation, but it has to become something else.
That's right.
Which she was
One of
doing
the
at the
interesting-
midterm. Sorry, that's what she was doing with the midterm models, right? She had like the spiral staircase coming off the side of another piece, and she was kind of like playing with them as parts, and that kind of got lost in this translation to the final one.
You see, Tom, I understand completely your argument, you know, but what I have to say, what I at least could find an interesting debate is what is the most minimal defamiliarization, to something to allow something else to happen, So you see, I mean, in your Herc, you're totally right. You know, if you use the content, the function, the parts, you rotate it. I have the feeling, or at least this is how I try to access the work. Is what is the most minimal change, that I can do that still unreveals a different entity. But you're right. It's of course still within the language of Portman. Yeah. But for example, the inside out could be interesting, you know, for example, these convoluted balconies he has, if you point them to the outside, it becomes a completely different project, you know, because suddenly it has these it's like a Guggenheim version,
It's funny that I put in that picture of the section of the Portman in
thanks.
So, and the Carol, I see, but you feeling vertigo, and it's funny that that's one thing that Portman. I don't know of any other architect that uses vertigo as one of their primary effects. Even aside from studying the diagram and the urbanism, that idea that you could just fall off the edge and you feel, and they're famous for people actually doing that there. And so the idea that I think Ramiro was saying this of it being a scaled down Portman, it's sort of like, maybe the only thing you needed to work on was how to make a vertiginous space. That's what he added, you know?
Right.
It's not even like, I mean, you know, the Piranesi's Carceri, in a sense, they're not the same, you know? You don't feel, it's like that movie Vertigo, and Hitchcock works out that way of zooming and moving the set in such a way that it feels like it. That's my comment.
Well, maybe that's where the idea that the spiral stairs aren't always so conventionally vertical would come into play. You know, if they were kind of tipsy a little bit and you actually use those elements to throw off some of the expectations. So that would be one way to extend that. What I like about this project is the way that is all the pieces of it, the way that it doesn't do what Portman would do. I mean, I look at this, almost feels like the Bonaventure turned inside out. So pieces that Portman would often use on the exterior, big cylinders, he very rarely uses on the interior, suddenly become major elements here. And I also like that, you know, the way that the drums of the Orange Barrel building become part of the scheme, I think is strong. I'm confused by the exterior, and I think looking a little closer at the San Francisco Hyatt would be a way to think about how the exterior could be more part of the conversation, where right now it just seems to be kind of a wrapper that isn't really part of the game yet.
It was one of my problem when I making this model, because the exterior seems very odd, like in terms of the shape and also the volume of it. This is the part I want to explore after this. Right.
Well, I wonder if the big billboards that are so much of this building wouldn't be a way that you could start to do something with the exterior. One of the interesting things about Orange Barrel as a company is one of their specialties right now is putting big billboards on Portman buildings. So you're putting a apartment building on one of their billboards, which is another kind of funny inversion. But I wonder maybe that, you know, the role of those billboards in making that building really present within the city of Columbus seems like it could push this project in a useful direction. You know, so rather than simply have the kind of sawtooth facade on the south and I guess east and west sides of the building, some of those images, which by the way generate more money than renting the commercial spaces in that building by I think a lot. You know, that just the kind of realities of building on that site for that company could begin to inform this in ways that are maybe less obvious in some of the other projects we've looked at.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd, I just looked at that building. I didn't realize. So it's a triangle. It is like a triangle with concrete legs.
Yeah.
And billboards on two sides?
The billboards are on two sides. There's a smaller
over
billboard.
glass, those kind where you look through it, or that's you only have glass on one side?
No, the vertical part is open, so it's just there to hold up the big billboards. And there's like a 3-story office building at the base that
there's not a building also behind the billboard? I see.
No, it's all open. But the 3 drums at the base, are part of the office building below.
I hear you.
It's about 25,000 square feet on 3 levels, and then they're adding about 50,000 square feet.
Okay.
I see we're joined by Marika Trotter.
Are you going to play the guitar later, Marika, or ukulele, I guess?
Definitely.
Good.
All right, G and Deepak, you guys can take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Deepak.
I'm Gia.
We present to you the City of Tomorrow version 2. So the project started with studying Hugh Farr's drawings from his book, The Metropolis of Tomorrow. Sketches from his book focus on his imagination of an ideal city of the future with skyscrapers placed well apart from each other, broad avenues, and a coherent organization of the building typologies. As explained in the book, few of the towers by Hugh Farris are chosen with the futuristic skyscrapers of the building in New York. The concept of mega building is that it can house itself within itself.
Instead of looking at the exteriors, we are more interested in imagining the interiors. The interiors of the mega building are designed as a city within a city. The existing buildings in New York City are scaled up 5 times larger and encapsulated with the Hugh Farris towers. It creates a weird juxtaposition between the New York City and the tower, the interiors and the exteriors.
The mega buildings are placed in a linear grid following the planning of the city of New York. The mega city is generated like series of city enclosed in a box. This proposal seeks to imagine the city as a toy when buildings part, click, and lock to assemble or disassemble.
The alternative version produced from the Metropolis of Tomorrow version 2 is a recreation of the Hugh Farris building as a map block, which compressed the verticality. The Hugh Farris tower are flattened and jammed into the map block. And here is some documentation of the meter models we produced.
The aim of the project is to use the concept of model kit follows with the 4 basic commands: scale, rotate, move, and copy to form a new identity of the city of tomorrow. The New York skyline and the mega city form a strong connection in the project.
So for the Metropolis, for the chapter 2, we adopted the whole model kit into the site
forming an office complex to create a striking new silhouette in the city. The animation reveals the playfulness and the functionality of the proposal. The building components are themselves, but also parts jammed into the main body, and the entire building are docked into the side.
The proposer transformed the towers of the kit and the existing ground plane into a roof of the building. The base of the OBM headquarters is derived from the geometry of Hugh Ferris building. The base of the OBM extension merges with the existing structure like a spaceship, uplifting the complete office level. When one spacecraft clicks on the existing site, creating a precarious and add relationship. We have the underground parking space about 7,500 square feet, comprising more than 200 parking stalls. Then we have the first floor comprising of the administrative rooms, administration area, large conference rooms, and IT rooms, which punch windows and the surrounding thick walls allow subtle lighting to penetrate. The second floor plan with a more open office floor plan. For the sharing level, the flat floor surface is divided into two parts identified by the inner liners extended from the roof level. The spaces around the inner liners defined as a small conference and a private office zones, and are more private while the other remains public. Rather than designing the layout in a conventional way, engaging the function with geometry, core responses, and creating innovative design logic.
The project considers Hugh Ferris Mega Tower as a shell, and the interior is treated with the inner liner to add a dual effect to the structure. The inner liner enhances the structure as it creates a more dynamic circulation in the office area. The design expresses the uniqueness of each element of the building while weaving them in cohesively. The interior has its own characteristics, while one never loses the exterior context. The inner liner helps in extracting the exteriors into the interiors, rather than a conventional open office floor. The play of the scale, rotation, move, and duplication allow to imagine Hugh Ferris power plant as an auditorium space, and also the business center as a dining area. Yeah.
Yep.
This is all. Thank you.
So I really like the idea of a city inside of an office building. Somehow also makes the existing structure, that weird giant triangular billboard and the three silos, into already parts of a city. And they already kind of feel like they might be more that scale. I think it messes with your perception of how big this space is. And I think it would do that in real life. So I think that's a pretty effective move. I, however, think you guys could have used a little bit more thought in terms of your glass wrapper, your glass facade, that in case, it's basically like the vitrine into which the city is partially set. All of those little vertical mullions just kind of wrapped around the perimeter of the building feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, especially when you're dealing with the kind of murky crystalline glance cutting of Hugh Ferris as a starting point.
No, I think there is an interesting comment also, I have to say, and that is what is strange in the scaling of a building. Yeah, it looks like that the building has more detail than the furniture. The furniture is like, it looks like the furniture is abstraction, but the building, the room is the detail. Yeah, so there's a really interesting reversal by scaling down the buildings. But also the other thing is it reminds me to a project, I think, was it Harrison or Covert, yeah, who made next to Ferris, like a Venice into New York, yeah? And it was the idea of sort of making a public space on the ground floor by carving in, yeah? So this idea of the generic container in which all these are standing on has not only a Ferris relationship, has also, and it's not covered. I think it's Harrison's project on Venice, yeah? But I have to say, I think I could imagine this increasement of details. Let's say what is large is detailed and what is small is not, yeah? Could be an interesting thing to come back to the argument of Marika, that what you look like is a room, you know, becomes basically a building next door. Yeah, so there's the room versus the door. I think the scaling, I like the scaling issue that is happening in your project. Yeah, it reveals something that you wouldn't have expected things can be. Yeah.
I wish you could also have shown the way that you showed the plans in a very kind of conventional way, you know, the axonometric with just peeling off the layers, that maybe you could have actually, maybe again, in a very conventional way, shown a lateral sectional cut through the buildings, because obviously there's either something you did on purpose or something that's troubling is there's a wonderful sectional qualities that's coming from basically the inside gold inner lay, right? That's coming in from the sectional properties, and how that is somewhat generated into this hyper neutrality of an office space planning, right? So you have this incredible iconic elements that speak of this film noir existence and kind of like mythology. That's Hugh Ferris, and then you get to the map building, and there's like this almost kind of like this generic efficient layout of the office, right? And I'm just wondering if you could comment on this duality between the hyperspatiality of the sectional qualities versus the neutrality of the plan.
I would say it like we are trying to depict like a urban similar characteristic of where we first placed Hugh Ferris in the New York City. Now we are trying to give that urban look to the space of the office. So we have this office like huge or like area, but it's still composed of the Hugh Ferris Towers, where this overlooks the office space or the urban area, I would say, urban office space.
I mean, you'll only understand these golden interiors when you're actually underneath that footprint and you're kind of looking up, right? Like some huge cathedral space, right?
Right.
No, I agree with what Isong is saying. That actually you have a kind of thing within a thing, almost like a reliquary going on here, almost as though you're looking at again a kind of like a miniaturized city with all of the kind of preciousness that would entail. But I agree that you need to see it in section to really appreciate that, and to also get at maybe the mysterious qualities of the liner. Like what would happen if you had these gold things set inside of a little vitrine at the scale of a building instead of this or a scale of a room instead of the scale of a city.
Yeah, I mean, I worry that the issue here, though, is that these interesting, precious objects aren't in that box; they're on top of it. I mean, there's no section to really study this, but as I watch that cutaway plan move through, the sections within each of those objects are fairly conventional. I think, you know, there's a little bit of stuff going on. It's hard to see exactly what, but by the time you get to the main office tray, it seems quite conventional, and there seems to be very little interaction between all of this excitement on the roof and the space of the interior. And that to me seems unfortunate. I mean, that A, that they're so disconnected, and B, that they maintain their kind of conventional orientations. It seems quite, they just turn that whole thing over and you've got this amazing ceiling that you could inhabit in some way. So it seems to me that the opportunity of the model is to give you a pass on certain limitations of physics. right? Because you know that when you're making a model, you can kind of turn the pieces wherever you want to when you're making them. And when you make the model against the rules, you often orient things the wrong way. And so for me, it seems that throughout the studio, I'd like to see more liberties taken with orientation and with physics. You know, not to say that the building should be unbuildable, but the prompt of the studio seems to invite a kind of exuberant play with things that are often not on the table for quite good reasons, you know. And so here it seems that, like this, the project, for all of the real beauty of the pieces, I feel like it kind of becomes very well behaved in a way that I think could be pushed pretty easily into really exciting territory.
Yeah, or even more extreme vertical displacement, right, Todd? Like if some of the pieces were kind of flipped on their heads and touching the ground, for example, why are they also neatly placed in the tray and all respecting the bottom edge of the tray?
Yeah, I think there's an amazing amount of work here and really a lot of talent in the project. But I think maybe the model of the city is what's the transformation away from the idea of the city is too literal, I think. And that as a result, that's leading to, I think, a lot of these questions about the arraying of these pieces on then what becomes a kind of neutral field. Whereas I think some of the suggestions about the gold melting, for instance, into the ground or melting so that you could start to have another kind of idea of what the model that you're referring to is no longer a city, but it's something else. So that's one question. The other one has to do also, I think, with the point Peter Trummer brought up about the scaling of the furniture. And there are pieces that remind me of, you know, of Sotsas. He made these amazing kind of furniture pieces that are like, refer to these Ferris-like buildings. So the idea that these could also be understood maybe as furniture rather than buildings. I think that there's more possibilities here that are maybe a little less literal than just placing these things as if they were actually in a city.
Yeah, I agree. I think the literalness is potentially the problem. I was thinking about even the very first project where the parts actually built up into a different kind of whole. I mean, I know that to some degree the studio is not really about a kind of part to whole idea, but the parts' relationship to each other are always against a ground, and they're always kind of discrete object buildings.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, I mean, I guess I don't know if it's harder or not. I know that kit bashing isn't really the kind of term either. It seems very difficult to figure out how to misuse the original model, how to kind of reimagine the original proposal in a building because of the kind of difficulty in, or the kind of limits in the relationships to how the parts go together with each other. They have very, there's very little flexibility, it feels like. And it makes me wonder in terms of remembering the very first project and the scale of the parts relative to a building. I wonder, and maybe this isn't fair, but I think it's only because there's been a couple projects that are kind of proposing a map building as a kind of urban condition. So part of me wonders whether there was an opportunity to kind of look at Hugh Ferris in terms of the kind of the formal characteristics in relationship to, you know, in relationship to kind of zoning and urban, you know, configurations. But they were very particular geometries and very particular formal constructions. And I wonder whether there might have been opportunities to kind of pull those apart and to kind of, that might have been the way, that might have been an opportunity to find new ways of reconfiguring not only the pieces to each other, but perhaps the pieces to the ground too, simply because they might have come apart in a different kind of way relative to those kind of really curious Hugh Ferris-like formal conditions. They're very kind of beautiful and unusual at the time, kind of suggestions of skyscrapers formally, and specifically responding to these kinds of zoning proposals. Anyway, so I think there might have been an issue of kind of the relationship of parts, not to each other, but only to ground.
I mean, one of the things that I love so much about this project is what happened at midterm with this model that we're looking at right now, which is, it's funny. I think it's smart that you guys named it the city, the metropolis of tomorrow, which is in the name of Hugh Ferris's book. But of course, this is not in that book, and this is a speculative project from Hugh Ferris, which collects together many of his sort of visionary projects into this box and then deploys them at totally a wrong scale. I mean, they're gigantically deployed into this swatch of New York City, like, 5 times bigger than the neighboring towers. And it's just so cool to me to think of this alternate, almost piece of work from Hugh Ferris that never saw the light of day until the studio. And in a way, I think maybe that's where the project lies, is in that work, is in this sort of speculative Hugh Ferris project, inserted into New York City. And I think somehow the gravity of that first move almost overrode a bit the movement into the second project, like this image right here. So it's like, I think, for some reason, I think that moving into the really small scale office space, I think we didn't make the leap that we could have. Like, had we taken this image here literally as an interior shot, for instance, like some of you guys are suggesting, could have been amazing.
Exactly.
This is what is interesting here, coming back to the idea of what is real and what is the model. The interesting thing is what is here modeled as real is actually the abstraction of a code. Yeah, it's not the real building, and what becomes then the building is in principle the abstract furniture. So what is now really modeled as a building real turns into the furniture. Yeah. And what is modeled actually as an abstraction of the norm becomes a detailed object. So I think there is something in this project here, what is scaling, what is detail, what do you think? We talk about the buildings, but actually these are not the buildings. These are like imaginative volumes, of zoning laws. Yeah. And so I think I think the aesthetic of the mathematics, I hear interesting relationship to the real. I would wish, I think the word literal came up. I just thought, imagine that the real buildings would turn into the furnitures, and become like I could even imagine that it's even not literal enough, I could even from the other point of view.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But anyhow, I think it's an interesting project to debate.
I think it's a beautiful project. I think you guys should be commended. It's amazing. A lot of work.
Thank you all.
Yeah, I think what Tom's saying really shouldn't detract from the fact that midterm was really an incredible project at that scale, and that maybe there is an additional step that needed to take place, but it's amazing.
It's like Hugh Ferris on the back of a constant model. Constant scheme. Okay.
No one talks about the underground in this project, which is basically, this pyramidical emptiness, which actually is completely obsolete. But perhaps you need this totally non-emptiness, for this project.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, Peter. It's funny that you're saying. I'm just sitting with what you said a second ago, Peter Trimmer. That those are just diagrams from Hugh Ferris of the zoning. It's like, I know that narrative, but I don't believe you. I don't believe that that's what those are. I think they're buildings. I mean, why would you, do like etchings and pencils, pencil shade, shadow, and add all the phenomena to those drawings if they weren't buildings? I think they were buildings.
Well, you see, here comes an interesting point. Was Ferris a renderer of the others, or I think I had this book in my hand, which is called Metropolis. It's like a A4 or nearly A4 thing with a cover page of the rendering. And what I thought this book was about was not about his buildings, but was about his renderings of other buildings or codes that he made for other people. Yeah.
Right.
And I don't think that all of these projects were building. Yes, of course, when it became stepped back, you know, but some of the parametric ones are really your zoning laws. Yeah. I think it's let's say, I think the status of these envelopes, yeah, is an interesting status. Not all of them are called tectonics, you know. Some of them are really just geometric envelopes of norms.
I know, but I always just read it as a kind of implicit critique of the ordinary buildings covered with apertures and a desire for a certain kind of weird scaleless muteness, I guess I would say.
No, yeah, what Tom, I think is an interesting debate, and I think perhaps I'm not a theorist enough, but that idea about verticality and the Gothic, yeah, and what is the aesthetic of the Harris building in the earlies, yeah, and so this idea that something has to go in the sky, has to have a top, you know. I mean, perhaps there is within this abstraction another image there, yeah, and that is the cathedral or the, you know, because sometimes, you know, if you look at the cathedral, the top is in the foggy, yeah, it's in the sky, in the, you know, it glows to God, and so some of these renderings have something very image, other thing than just being a rationale of the capitalist model. Because I think John, who is it? The guy. No, you not another the other one. Raymond Hood. He even calls the building mountains. He doesn't call these large entities buildings. You know, Kohlhaas describes them as the building as a mountain. And for example, here's our friend from Ohio. You know, the one church in Ohio that it was like, it looked like a church. You know, it was a church with as an office building. Yeah. Anyhow, sorry for my just moment, you know, but I mean.
That was great, Peter. That's what we're here for. Okay. Great job, you guys. We're going to move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry, are you ready to go?
Hi. Hi guys. Okay. It's my turn. Let me share my screen with a moment.
All good? There you go.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Sherry. That is my the title, the cross puzzle. This is my president of the OCAD University, made by Alsop in Toronto. So this one is very interesting for me because it's the concept is so strong, and you can see the box, the legs, the core, and the bridge. All of them are just stand outside. So I'm considering if I can use the or element to become a very interesting new building. So next one. Oh, sorry. So this is the midterm model case box.
What I think is if I can use the same strategy of the crossword puzzle of that president. So I draw the outline of the program to think about if I can use the program to become a facade. So this some tests I made have the different material with the interior and outside. So like that, it's something like the have the shell and have the inner space to make the combination. Okay, let's see the video. So this is some transformation. Small part, the legs, and the trunks with the columns, and some steps inside. Just a look around all model kit. This is what I saw the program. Yeah, because after I joined the program, I find out it's very interesting with the empty and the solid. So I want to use that to become the figure window. So this is now you see. Use the program to mix the trunks to make the facade. It's a new building right now with the cores and the bridges connected the three flying massing. Okay. Yeah, so this is what you're seeing right now. That is the figural shell, and with the yellow one is the inner material and the shell outside, and also have the core connected the different layers, and the bridges is to connect with the existing building with the new building, and the massing each other. So you can see the section joy. So I made the more strong concept with the columns and the core and the bridges, make them more and more, and use the figure windows to see that if I can do more interesting things in the puzzle. Yeah, so that's all.
I have a question for Todd. Mac and Merrill's project was it a Volkswagen plant? Was that predate the Sharp Center?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
you know Sherry, you know that one, the one we're talking about?
It's their Wolfsburg Science Center.
Was it a science center? Yeah, and then that's the one that they shipped over there right after 9/11, and the model never made it because it got taken apart by Homeland Security for 2 months.
Right.
But you know, I'm sorry, the student, your name is Sherry?
Sherry, yeah, I'm Sherry.
Do you know that project?
Can you say that again?
Well, Todd will find it. He'll post a picture, I bet. The other ones, if I have it, I'm posting pictures. I just don't happen to have it. It's pretty good. I saw it in connection with something recently at the GSD. There's something they're talking about. It's really weird. It's one of the weirdest projects. Do you know that one, Tom?
I do. I'm trying to find an image of it right now.
I got it.
Oh, good.
Because once you have this many columns, it seems to have left the Sharp Center and gone into the territory of this thing. Todd will load it up here in a second.
Well, maybe.
I guess the question is in both of those projects, the ground is it's floating, and
Yeah.
the building itself, then it has suddenly, you know, if you think you do a building that's a box, well, a box has 6 sides and a building has 5 because it sits on the ground. But suddenly here you float it up and you see the underneath of it, right? And in the sharp center,
Yeah.
quite consciously. And that's not an image. But I guess the big question is breaking it into 3 levels. I'm not sure where that becomes a evolution of that diagram.
Oh,
You know,
there.
Oh, here we go.
yeah.
Yeah, you see this one? It actually always looks to me like the top volume also isn't horizontal, but maybe that's just.
I think it is, but it doesn't look like, it'd be better if it weren't.
Maybe just a wonky.
Yeah. So sorry, I'll give the screen back now.
Bye.
Good.
So that's my question. Once you break it, like I understand it when it's a rectangle floating in space. You know, that same Aida they were talking about, he also did this thing called a die house, like a single dice. And to make sure you understand it, each side has 1 window, 2 windows, 3 windows, just like a dice. And the bottom has 6 columns, which it doesn't need. It's one of these tiny Japanese houses. But just so you understand that it's not supposed to be the bottom of a building, it's supposed to be the bottom of an object. So it's a problem I'm curious about, and I know my question is about where the multiple kind of datums come in. I guess it's not my question. I think the multiple datums isn't good. How's that? Let's not beat around the bush.
So Sherry, maybe you could. Sherry, you should share your screen again.
Multiple data.
Oh.
There's 31 non-video participants. Who could that possibly be?
Okay. Wait a moment. Okay.
That's good, like that.
You mean the
yeah
the buttons, the button of the project. Yeah, I thought it's make the forest. This is what I think about that. Make it more and actually thinner. But it's very interesting to see. This is the special city view, I think, to make the column forest like that. Yeah.
But here again, I think it's one of those projects, and we've seen several today, where the precedent never seems to be totally left behind in a way. So in the ALSA project, the sticks are legs, and in your project, the sticks are legs. You know, in Tikal, we start with pyramids and we end with pyramids. With Ferris, we start with the masses and we end with the masses. And it just seems to me, and I know I've said this before this afternoon, but the possibility of departing a little bit more aggressively from the precedents would be, I think, a useful way of moving, you know. And even with the box, you know, so if we think about the model box, very neatly arranged inside the box, it only looks like that right when you buy it. And then if it was anything like the models that I had made when I was a kid, you know, you take all the pieces apart and then you get distracted and you just dump all the pieces back in the box, which is another organizational possibility that this precedent offers. And so, you know, for me, it's just like, how can you kind of push into, like really push into the kind of uncharted territory, which I think Tom has asked you to do. So a lot of these projects, they're really awesome, first of all, but they do seem a little well-behaved, you know, that they kind of take the pieces that they begin with, and they're very respectful of those precedents. And so here, for instance, you know, if some of the sticks became antenna or anything, you know, I mean, it just seems that there are more possibilities embedded in some of these pieces. And I'd like to see a little bit more, you know, kind of risk-taking in terms of how far you might be able to move from the original.
Is he thought? I think this is an interesting thing. What do you have? What do you have to do to something to change its status? Yeah, you know.
Right.
And I think this is why I come back to Hayduk. What I always liked on Hayduk, you know, it's not geometry moved into other geometry by changing positions. Yeah, it changed the content. You know,
Yeah.
What you say. What we like on architecture is when the stick becomes suddenly something else. You know, it turns in, I don't know, it turns into an envelope. So, and I think there has to be a shift in the, either the function has to change, the content has to change, you know, something radically has to be done to it. Yeah.
Right.
And
Well,
I
this
think
also-
that radicality cannot be just only I mean, it can sometimes be enough to just scale it, yeah. But then by scaling it, it turns it into another property, yeah, because suddenly it becomes from a building to a furniture.
Yeah, but also you have to. I think that one of the strong things about both the Mack and Merrill project and the ALSA project is the posture, right? And so you have to, you can't simply replicate the posture, or in this case, even weaken it by making more of a forest of kind of tripod legs on the bottom. You have to either find another posture or you know another kind of feat for the architecture to do, or you have to start ratifying some of the original parameters. Like in this case, it seems like the scale is also very similar to the original scale of the original precedent. And that goes back to what Todd is saying. It's very well behaved. Whereas if you looked at it as a kit of parts that you had at the midterm, and for instance, blew everything up 5 times as big, or turned everything upside down, or made the column hair like a Hayduk move, or something like that, then you'd actually be creatively using your awesome model kit. And I think here the original diagram has been muddied but retained.
That's right. I think, Marika, that's the interesting debate. Is the president, you know, a model, or is it the abstraction? Because this comes what you see. The thing is, in the end, we could say every time we copy something, you know, yeah, what do we originate again? You know, and I think what we always like, or the kind of architecture that we like, is the one that turns into a new original, yeah, that has lost suddenly where it comes from. Yeah. And I think the interesting thing of the whole studio is, what do you need to do, yeah, to sort of go from one status into this other one, yeah, you know, and
But
sometimes
I think the raw materials were there though, which is why I guess maybe
it's a critique. Yeah, I see it more generally, you know.
No, but I mean, like, so if you actually, so the what is it, copy, rotate, scale, the things that they were allowed to do, you know, for instance, take the ALSA building. One of the things that looks cool about the ALSA building when you come across it in Toronto is that it's hard to figure out what scale you're looking at because the openings seem way too small. The same thing happens at that MIT dorm that Stephen Hall did. And so, you know, maybe messing with the scale in a really radical way would have been a way to push the precedent into model status. In other words, to kind of turn it back into creative material. And so I think one of the things that I'm perplexed by in this project, but also in the other one that we were just looking at, is that the scale moves that originally gave the project some of its delight haven't been kind of metabolized again in the new project.
But also, for example, if you wouldn't have an angle, yeah, of the stick, and you would have a Belotti, yeah, and you would have a wood of Belotti, it would also suddenly change the character, yeah, because suddenly you would be in Karnak in a kind of a Egyptian temple, yeah, and you know, I'm just saying, just to straighten it, yeah, would
But
make it.
you know, there are more moves that you can make. So if we look at the Alsop building, all of the little legs, each one touches the ground and each one touches the table. And we look at this model, each leg touches the ground, each leg touches the table. And so, you know, one possibility is they start doing other things. They go all the way through. And, you know, so I think the transformations can be much more radical. You know, like if I take this pencil and stick it in my eye, it's not a pencil anymore. You know, it's a weapon. And I think those kinds of radical, like really kind of fundamental transformations are available to an architect. And this studio seems to be asking for it. So we've seen several instances where, you know, building elements just kind of slide effortlessly through one another. You know, that to me is an opportunity as much as it is a kind of, you know, it's often just a signal of imprecision. But to me, it seems an opportunity that the studio should seize. And so I'd really like to see those kinds of really dramatic transformations of the, you know, the kind of nature of the elements. So it's for me, it's more than kind of scaling and rotation, et cetera, et cetera. It's really drastic changes that are possible.
You know, it's funny, it's a stupid thing to say, well, in midterm it was really good, and then, but there is something with those boxes. They bring in a strong diagram. And this thing that Peter Trummer was saying about that transformation, the idea that they have to go into a kind of Excel spreadsheet, and I think we saw it in that one black one that I was particularly taken by, especially where some of the pieces start to poke through the outer lid, you know, 2 projects ago with the shiny black cover. And so it does produce this diagram where pieces that would normally have a relationship of touching one another simply become a kind of, I was calling like a kind of encyclopedia space or a kind of catalog space. And maybe that becomes too singular for a studio. But I do like that it's not so, you know, so the question of it turning into a model, maybe that's, I'm going to put that in the category of something that Tom's really into and that I have sympathy for, but is just a vehicle to do something else. But the thing that seems to be happening is that putting it into this box like this and arranging it, you neutralize certain dynamics and you create these very strange kind of fields and constellations of relationships when you see it just like we see it here.
Yeah, I mean, I think totally, I like that idea of the model kit as a vehicle. I guess it could, we could do this without calling it a model kit and without that kind of overlay and branding and all that stuff, as just making collections out of building objects. Mm-hmm. And that's more and more how I kind of see it. We literally don't need the kit. It's a funny way to, I guess there are certain things about the kit that I like, the idea that there's a whole other industrial and material reality behind the production of kits.
I'm sorry, Tom, be careful. That model behind you is about to explode.
I know. It is kind of brooding back there, actually.
It's glowing. It's gone into the red phase. I think you better run.
Yes, I will not speak badly of models.
So Tom, on the thing about the kit is that every piece has its proper home within it. Everything fits perfectly into its little slot. And, you know, again, one of the possibilities is what happens when you start putting the pieces in the wrong place. You know, like, so some pieces are going to be too big for their slot. Some pieces are going to be too small. And that kind of misbehavior seems to me as much a possibility in the studio as, you know, the perfect fit of piece within piece.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, just also another kind of basic thing that where I really appreciate the kits is just the care and the close reading of of parts and pieces of architecture that I think sometimes we don't do. We what I mean? So there's a kind of coveting, collector's instinct and kind of coveting instinct in breaking these buildings up, and then also leaving parts that don't resonate for the author, but only including things in the collection that you want to have. I don't know. I mean, again, it's kind of like I said earlier. It's kind of like you do that anyway. Your brain is always doing that. It's just sieving through the world and collecting, things that begin to establish your sensibility. But I guess the argument with the kit is it's never the thing that's wholesale. It's never like an entire Max Skagen building, or it's never like an entire whatever it is. It's these components or parts or pieces of the building that stay with us.
So these,
I always think of the kit that way.
but these still add up to what someone else earlier called a proxy for the building, right? So it's not a curation of parts from the building, but it still is attempting to assemble a simulacrum of the building. Is that right?
No, like you could never, I don't think there's a kit, and at least in this studio, that you could put together. And if you notice, there's a lot of putting
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say there are parts that are all different scales inside of the kit. So like that diverges from like a normal plastic model kit. There are multiple scales going on in here. There are missing parts, spare parts, all kinds of things happening.
So does this kit at mid-review, is there the kind of hope that this is the kit for your final project, that you've curated well enough, that you've in this animation, it was obvious that parts fell away, which is interesting, I guess, because there are moments in some of these kits when you see them kind of opened but still organized, that there are perhaps extra pieces, extra parts, almost a kind of in case something gets lost, I suppose, or in case you want to build multiple projects from the kit, because there are a kind of variety of parts, some of which you may use, some of which you may not. This doesn't help. This does not help with the comment that I thought I was going to make, because I was curious about, in terms of the precedent, I was curious. I feel like there have been comments that have described a kind of difficulty with the influence of the precedent, that kind of anxiety of influence problem. And I was also thinking about the kind of anxiety of parts and the kind of the model when you open it up is perfect, right? You open up your kit, it's perfect. But then the kind of using of them, there's going to be pieces lost. I guess I was curious about the anxiety of the model too, in terms of the relationship one has with models, between their kind of perfect and imperfect states, between the moment when I think it was Todd that just dumps everything back in the box versus putting everything back carefully, and then you can't find a piece and you don't know whether the whole model is kind of wrong and ruined now because there's a piece missing, or whether you can still. There's a kind of curious, for me, kind of question about these anxieties that have to do with kind of the role precedent plays because you chose pieces from those precedents and they're yours to work with or not. How can you add to them? Is it okay to subtract from them? And then also perhaps, and maybe there is no real analogous relationship, but that anxiety of the model kit itself. Things that just run through my head. I don't know whether they're pertinent or whether they're questions to be answered or anything else.
I would like to see more use having been made of the model kit and the way things were actually laid in the kit. And this kind of runs parallel to what Todd was saying. But maybe instead of, I mean, I think misbehaving is a really productive thing to consider. But just in general, when people placed their parts in their model kit and when they made their model kit, they were already making a kind of architectural space. They were already making an architectural organization. And it seems kind of a pity that, well, at least that, I haven't seen all the projects that you guys have seen, but the two that I've seen, took the pieces back out of the model kit, threw away the box, and threw away the kind of configuration, the indentations and the adjacencies developed in the kit, as though those things didn't matter. But I think actually that's where the idea of model is more than just kind of a hobbyist's proxy for the rethinking of architectural parts. I actually think it adds something. It's not the same as taking pieces of a building, taking them apart and putting them back together, because you're also making a kit. And I think the kit should matter architecturally, or it has the potential to matter architecturally in the finished piece.
Maybe, Marika, the box should just be thrown haphazardly next to the building.
Or why couldn't portions of the inlay of the box go with the parts?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, it seems like what the box does well is that it neutralizes all the original hierarchy of the building elements that were there. But then maybe what's missing is how to establish a new set of hierarchies between the parts.
Or even just recognizing that the assembly of the kit is already a new whole. Like it's not just parts anymore.
Right.
It's parts that have been rearranged and actually recomposed. And part of those parts are the kind of the box itself, the indentations, the medium, the so-called neutralizing medium that the original parts are in. Those also become parts.
Right.
I would think.
But then I think Andrew is right that there is in the box already a diagram of the building. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you know what, I also thought is this idea of the collection versus the toolbox. Yeah. You know, if you think about Piranesi's collection, you know, of the ancient world, you know, where he groups, I mean, there's a grouping also, you know, it's always the same parts next to each other, you know. Yeah, it's always it seems like the sticks are in a row, and then the other pieces. Yeah, and I also think what is also the question is, what is then a part of a building that goes into the box? Does it need to sort of be able to flatten it out? Yeah, it seems like that the box as a container, yeah, already diagrammaticize how you deselect the building, you know. Yeah, or you have to flip the pieces, they have to be flattened. I think that there is something in the box that could be interesting as the diagram of the architecture.
But you know, Peter, Piranesi is an interesting character to bring into the conversation. I mean, if you think about the relationship between Piranesi and Julien Leroy, right? So you have this French proto-archaeologist who's cataloging actual bits of stone that he's found in Italy. And then Piranesi says, you know, gets jealous and basically invents a bunch of better ones. And I think, you know, so what it shows you is that Piranesi was a real architect, and that Leroy was an academic, and they're just two different kinds of ways of interacting with parts, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, Piranesi's willingness and actually drive to invent the parts that don't exist when he needs them is a little bit what I'd like to see more of here. You know, that it seems there's a little bit too much Leroy, like I'm only going to use the parts that are there. And I'd like to see more Piranesi, where I'm just going to make up new parts when I want them.
Yeah, but maybe in defense of academics, don't forget that Leroy was the guy who turned the entire Pantheon in Paris into a model kit for his pyramid.
So he's not all bad.
But you see, I think we bring it to this point, and that I think even in people like Rossi, you know, it's in the end imagination. What is it that I'm seeing? You know, I mean, even when it's only cubes, yeah, or what is? I think it is strange that you have to have a certain scanning idea. What do I see or don't see in these elements? Yeah. And so I think it's not innocent. It looks like it's just intellect, but actually it is a creative act to even unravel the building. Yeah. What is it that I'm seeing already? I think this is perhaps sometimes not underestimated. You know, I think that it's great that the toolbox is a device already. Yeah, yeah, to be great.
All right, guys, I think we're going to move on to
Peter, Trummer, your background looks like it could be one of the boxes.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay, thank you guys.
Your mute is on. Your mute is on. Good. I think it
This
was
is my habit. It's just a contribution to the debate. You know. Just to know, you know, I'm not even using BARTs here. I'm even using IDEA as BARTs. You know. Yeah. Just to know.
All right, Tim, take it away.
I don't know if you
everyone.
see one white spot here. This is Sana Building Meeting Piranesi. I don't know if you see this. Yeah.
Hang
This
on,
one.
hang on. I'm gonna.
Next to my ear, you know, here. This is the Sana Rolex Center going into
yes.
the Adriana Villa in, yeah.
Very good.
Hello, everyone. So my precedent was the Tokyo Opera House by John Nuval, which is an unbuilt competition that he did. What I'll be showing in this video is how John Nuval nested these figures inside of a bigger figure that has this liner that gets tight and loose in different parts. And so I made a map building to go into my model kit for midterm that where I used this idea of these nested figures inside a liner that had an outer liner. My figures push the liners more than the figures that John Nuval did. John Nuval kind of captured these figures and they stay pretty nested inside. My figures really push the liner out so that you can see those figures coming through the liners. These are some photos from my model kit from midterm. The 6 photos on the right of the screen were what mainly were used to create the map building for the kit and also later the building for the site. This is a short animation of the model kit and everything that was inside it. Many of these new chrome figures were created as sort of like this family of gems that could be used as well to create, you know, that idea of figures nesting inside of figures. This is a short video that shows how my building addresses the site and how each liner sort of attaches to that inner chrome figure and creating the office spaces, and then also the black liner capturing over the existing building. Just to show it again, the black liner in the back here kind of drapes over the existing silos and part of the back side of the existing building to incorporate it into my building building design.
Tim, sorry, could you is there a way to make that bigger? It's hard to see.
It's kind of low res. Sorry. I'll play it one more time.
And then to show the floor plan of the buildings, I did like an animated clipping plane that goes through the entire building from top to bottom to show the spaces and how they interact with circulation and desks, and also the connection to the existing building, which you can see here on this floor plan. And then the last drawing showing kind of a Godzilla cutaway that shows the circulation at the center of the nested figure. On the side, both liners, open off space inside this liner, and then also showing how the liners interact and how they get really tight in spaces and then loosen up around other areas of the building. And then also, as I was saying earlier, how the most outer liner comes and captures part of the existing building. Thank you.
You see, just as I think I found the beginning interesting. You know, I mean, what would be Jean Nouvel as a Met building? You know, if I understand this idea, yeah,
right.
You know, and it really reminded me on that in Jean Nouvel, it's clear that if you see the volumes within a volume, that the only thing that emerges is actually a space between them. You know, there's this moment where there's a gap, yeah?
Right.
But if you have a volume intersect, if something is so flat that the other piece is so large, it can only intersect, yeah? And so the interesting thing actually in the flattening of that diagram, you get actually completely new figures, yeah, that are not corresponding with the ones that are the forms, because none of them fit together. So so I thought that could be an interesting tool thing, yeah, that suddenly where the volumes don't anymore match, yeah, they intersect each other, so they create completely new figures, yeah. I've lost this idea afterwards, yeah. But I think here, you see, when you make this, say, look here, check, no, if you don't carve it out, you know, suddenly they need to there's a choice, yeah. You know, there's a Boolean choice. What do I cut away, and which wall do I allow to go through? Yeah. I found that an interesting debate between the flatness of your diagram versus the Jean Nouvel diagram. I have to say, honestly, I didn't see this anymore later on, but I think that idea, is interesting.
Yeah, I think the fascinating thing about the Jean Nouvel building is that with this piece, he was trying to ultimately deny everything that we hold sacred in architecture, like readability, scale, materiality, light. He was trying to kill light, you know, and he was trying to kill scale. You go there at nighttime to Tokyo, this thing is a really weird, scary anomaly. It's like a big whale completely ambushes you. And this is why what you're missing is that little gold-plated sculpture that looks like a piece of turd on top, as his way of saying, oh, by the way, there's a little bit of celebration in this urban black hole. And so when you go in, it's a complete inversal. It's hyper Baroque. It's super decadent. It's like these rich red velvet inside with gold everywhere. It's amazing, this inversion, right? Of a complete neutral bland exterior and hyper sensuality on the inside. So that's what he was going for, and I think you displayed that at least in the sectional cut. But I completely agree with Peter's assessment. You kind of lost that essence. So I was trying to figure out, Tim, like what is your central thesis that you're trying to prove? Because in your final configuration with like the three matte trays that you have, it's almost like everything's revealed. You know, the exterior massing already is cognizant of what's inside, rather than this mystery right now that's the beauty of your precedent. So could you just kind of explain that a little bit?
I guess the thing that I was working on and trying to accomplish was the idea of these layers, and where on certain parts of the building they get peeled away and they don't exist in certain parts of the building, but then they exist in other parts of the building. And then also how, like in this instance, the outermost layer transformed into incorporating an existing to try and, I guess, unify the two.
Yeah, but I think it would have been helpful to have a clearer vision. So the one thing that I find interesting in your approach versus the other two that we just saw in the studio is that you've done a lot less, it seems, of taking the parts apart and reconfiguring them, and a lot more of kind of transferring relations. And I think that's what's being pointed out in the comments that Peter and E are making, is that it would have been helpful to have a clearer presentation of what a liner is in this project, what an inner object is in this project, what the outer sheath, the outer kind of mute box is in this project, and how those possibilities rather than parts transfer over. Because like you have, you know, the existing cylinders and the existing triangle, you made that, I think, very smart and interesting move of kind of taking your wrapper and partially wrapping those objects as well. But then you seem to have, it's like there's a bit of kind of in this case, unproductive ambiguity in the way that you're treating your liner and your mute shell and then your own interior objects. It's hard to tell what the status of those things is supposed to be, what the quality, what the spatial quality is that you're attempting to gain, and how that's pushing the Nouvelle project forward or sideways or backwards or upside down.
Okay.
I mean, there is something interesting in your toolbox, you know, where these things this idea of the flatness, you know, in the flatness lies equality. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and perhaps what Ian said is, perhaps it's interesting, what if really the inside is turned outside in its plank in the middle, you know? I think there is something to this idea. It's only, I think, the representation that makes it difficult is because you see it now as an abstract, more axonometric drawing, yeah? More like a machine, you know, like a, how do you say, like an IKEA plan or something, yeah?
Yeah.
And I wonder, and I saw this little note by Andrew Zago when he said, we forgot Philip Stark, yeah? Perhaps there is this, how to say, French exuberance that is necessary, or like, yeah, in order to give access to this idea. Perhaps here there needs to be either a materiality or a color, or, you know, something that goes with the project and not just the geometrical entities. Could be.
I think what's tricky, maybe this points to Marika's comment too. I've been thinking again about how you look at the precedent, and as far as how I now newly understand how the studio is set up, you curate from the precedent the parts that you want to keep. Perhaps you multiply them, perhaps you scale, change them. But those are, I guess, ideally the parts that you have to work with. Perhaps you have more than you need. I don't know what the rules are for adding pieces. I think that must be tricky because as soon as you can kind of add and subtract from the model, the status of the model in terms of its relationship to this idea of precedent and this idea of the studio becomes tricky. But I think what might be difficult in this, or what it sounds like, the descriptions of this project, it must have been very tricky to dissect in such a way that you had parts to use, right? Because if it's something about these larger velvet liners or these kinds of Baroque parts, which may be at a very, very small scale, they may need to accumulate in such a way that it's happening behind Peter's head right now. Like you would have to have, you know, bags and bags of tiny, you know, tiny things that you are almost indiscernible just because they become a kind of different material condition in terms of the parts. So when Marika talks about that in your case, but perhaps also in the precedent's case, that it's a relationship not of parts, but of, or it's about relationships rather than parts. It's like looking at the adjacencies, but not adjacencies, about adjacent relationships, material relationships or spatial. There's something else. It must have been very difficult to dissect this building in terms of parts. Like, how do you dissect a kind of larger understanding of material sleeving or this material exuberance in such a way that you can displace it and reuse it and reinvent it with your model?
Yeah, but that's where I think Tim, that's where I think you were onto something. And then I think that there's still a little bit more that could get transferred from that kind of earlier phase of the project. Let's say midterm plus couple weeks, right? Where like you had a set of kind of sleeved, almost Hayduk-like posturing parts, yeah? And they did have that quality of kind of being muted or partially wrapped or kind of emerging from their sleeve or from their sheath in a way that felt kind of animate and felt like it had character and felt like it had posture. And then the possibility, I think, is presented even in your final design as you're presenting it today with the way that you're treating the 3 cylinders of the existing building. You're beginning to think about those as being similar kind of posture-like objects, like simple objects that can be sleeved and can have a kind of liner and can be kind of wrapped in a way.
I think that's one of my questions, though. There's the description of the project as being wrapping with liners or wrapping with layers. I don't see those parts in here. So understanding kind of what moves are kind of taken from the precedent perhaps and kind of redeployed, and what parts were taken from the precedent and redeployed. It's a kind of tricky thing, right? It's a tricky thing to draw these kinds of relationships which weren't necessarily parts of a model, but they're still parts of a building. And having all of these things that feel more object-like, that you have a kind of a desire or need to kind of also deploy in the building. I mean, so the relationship of these kind of sleeves and liners and exteriors and interiors in terms of materiality and you know, the exuberant and the kind of mute outside and inside, those exist in the objects, I'm assuming, but they're also existing kind of as the environment for the object. So I think anyway, I think what's tricky is to kind of figure out how I guess now the objects in the model, you understand those discretely or kind of separately from ideas that you're taking from the precedent and deploying in the model without the use of in the project, without the use of the model parts, the model kit.
Yeah,
it's like different scales of
I guess,
the same
I guess
thing.
one thing that I'm missing here is maybe the layer or maybe like a document or a protocol that explains a little bit like or gives us a manual of how to work with the kit of parts. I guess that's what every kit of part box has, right? This idea that you look into this document and you understand how you're supposed to play with it in a way, and you can still be kind of open-ended from there. And that's maybe one thing that I kind of noticed in this project, but in many other projects, is that what is kind of kept from the precedent are these kind of almost like secondary external qualities that are maybe open to interpretation, or maybe metaphorical, or maybe somehow external to the logic or the spatial kind of, or the spatial drive that the process can give you, right? And what is maybe missing is precisely this idea of like how geometries come together, and what are the rules and what are the regulations, and what kind of varieties I can produce. So I guess in this case, what you end up is some kind of a remix of a Jean Nouvel building, but I don't really know how, and I don't understand like what exactly is it that is produced. So this would be just one thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but also this project, more than most, makes it clear actually that there's a responsibility here on the part of the student as the designer to move past a remix entirely, right? That really the onus is on the designers to take the prompt and make something of their own with it. So I agree with you. I think like precise protocols for how things come together is one of the gifts of the Nouvel precedent. But then at the end of the day, it has to go beyond a remix.
Right.
And actually, I mean, it seems like this project is a bit unfinished to me, Tim, but I do give you props for clearly moving beyond a remix of the Nouvel.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tim. So we have 3 more projects. Oh, we have 3 more projects, everyone, and we're gonna try to keep good track of time here. So Nero, you're up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nero He, and this is my project. And first of all, my project is based on the present study of Lippo Center, which is a twin tower skyscraper complex located in central Hong Kong. And then it's designed by Paul Rudolph. One tower is 44 stories, the other one is 48. They're quite tall, but somehow in the central garden next to those towers in Hong Kong, if you look through the trees and the pond, I kind of lose the scale of the tower and truly start to read this as an object. And I see this tower looks like totem posts almost, and there are 2 totem posts contain stack of hats where the face of the totem is erased. So I did this AI deep learning Oscar thing that generate this new image to create a combination of the Lippo Center and the actual totem pole, which create this eeriness and weirdness. It's almost a combination of high-tech architecture merged with old cultural product. So here's an unboxing of my model kits. So this project comes a play of constructing and believing my totem narrative, which is a little different than other people. I would say 90% of the object in this model kits are remake of what from the original building. There's no like really clear reference that I took directly from the building because I'm dealing with this tall, chunky tower. So disassemble was a major topic from the beginning. And then here's the kids in general. And then there's almost like a mind map of how I move from one point to another point, like how the building is considered as a totem from the beginning, and then move to the hats, the face, the disassemble of the chunks behind of it, and then the decal of the face. And here's just some fun stop motion. So if you look through these trees, looking at the building, you can see that the totem hats are no longer stacked vertically, but they are stacking side by side. And I think one of the major thing I wanted to illustrate is how weird this model looks like architecture, but also their toys, their toys that my dog can step over. Before we get to any serious topic, let's talk about how you play with model kits. First of all, is the totem part. You just take the parts in the kits and then plug into either the pond I made, the eerie landscape, or the original Lippo Center base. From the these totem poles, you can see actual totem poles, and then part of the Lippo Center, and then there are some like traditional Hong Kong segments, like Hong Kong architecture segments, and then colonial building. And then the second part is the decal, which I enjoyed the most. So this part, I start to like literally focusing on making faces, like, and this is the, I call it the Chinese edition, inspired by Chinese opera. And then there are decals of the face, and then jamming to the back of the face, and almost act like a little clip you can clip onto the building. And then the actual face itself. So part of the model includes these small chunks that two faces hug together to form a chunk that seemingly look like the Lippo Center, but not really, because the other half is totally missing, and it's cut in a weird way. I asked my roommate to put it like vertically, so you can see them side by side. And then in the end, these little face can be taken off and then changed to other faces. Again, I think there's a true eeriness and oddness of how a tower-looking mass becomes this almost ancient-looking carved face from the outside, and then in the end, it's the head. So the heads are directly taken from Lippo Center and edited the original language. And the base can be rotated and moved up and down based on how you want to place the model. And so you can clearly see the model. A head is generally can be separated into three parts. One is the inner core, and then the massing inside, which is the beige color ones, and then the white face with little decals. You can choose to put it on or take it off. And here are some fun stop motions. Here is a Godzilla drawing I made right after midterm. So you can see the decal of the face and the chunk, how to connect to the core and then connect it back to the building. And here are some like faces, which I got obsessed with making more faces. There are more additions. And that's the heads in the model kits. So you can see three distinct ground is holding the discrete hats. They're not really touching, but they're interrelated. Oh, well, we're not gonna look at this one. It's gonna make you dizzy. So I guess the general idea of this presentation is, oh, sorry. Again, the general idea of this presentation is actually to create something building-like, but also try to take away the architectural side of it. So I'm trying to make it like as architectural as possible, but also as weird as possible too. So you see this like real life rendering heads jammed into the base, but also they're like you can pluck them off easily. It seems like they're like shaking and they're not even jammed to the ground. They're loose. And then similar ideas when I got really into making the faces. Like there's the architectural quality of the face, but also by morphing the face, like it's not really architectural at the same time. Again, go back to the original idea of like the obsession and the play. This one too, like we're just joking about like how weird it is that face can be taken off and replaced, and Tom making a joke of like seeing a Marvel character, the Black Widow's face can be changed. I mean, the Black Widow model's face can be changed to show different expressions. And it seems like the face of the architecture is creating new language by looking at the old building and looking like somewhere else. It's just fun to make. Here's a really architectural part, which I think is quite interesting because, like in the end, this model kit becomes a pre-made parts goes together and disassemble to create a sense of weirdness and oddness. But like if you truly want to make this mass into architecture, you literally have to jam like furnitures and like all the architectural like objects in it. And sometimes quite honest, like I'm gonna be honest with you, like it's not quite working. And I think I just, when it's not working, I just leave like the way it is, because I think that's one of the major part of this process is creating something not really resolved. I think I made a toy try to be an architecture, and it's also not resolved architecture that essentially is a toy. So you see this like really weird places that like not really occupiable, but that's just the result of the model. I'm embracing it. And here's same thing. The kids try to be architectural, and you see the like materiality of the building, but something about it is just really off. There it is. Thank you. Let me play a Lippo video.
So Nero, is the scale of your chunks in the this final iteration, is it roughly the same as the Lippo Center?
Well, way smaller. Well, not way smaller, but like smaller for sure.
So like a floor plate in one of your 3 chunks here would not be equivalent.
No, I think it got shrinked for about like a hat got shrinked for 80% at least.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that's one of the reasons why there are so many unfunctional parts in it. Let me play a video. There you go.
It's interesting to me because for a while it seemed like the project was really going to live in the conversation around faciality, and then or near faciality, and then in the iteration, the way I understand the final iteration, that seems to have gone more into the background, receded into the background of the project. And the project has once more become about massing and the placement of massing. And I follow up on a conversation that we were having earlier on in the review. It's interesting to see that essentially, even though the masses are differently scaled a little bit and reconfigured, so there's 3 that are next to each other rather than stacked on top of each other, there is a fair amount of respect still being given to the original function of the massing and their kind of relative wholeness. I know that's part of the studio brief, that you don't destroy the objects, but it is surprising to me that they all ended up upright and they all ended up basically at the scale of an architectural mass still.
No, I think you see, I don't want to turn into this historian reference. I think these masks are really interesting, but this idea of 3 buildings, yeah, in a kind of courtyard. There's a Smithson building, you know, in the Economist building in London, yeah, you know, with also this like 45-degree corners, yeah. So there are formal features, yeah, that were that you keep, yeah, and it seems like that these features, let's say the public ground, the 3 elements next to each other, the space in between the corners, yeah. But then the face, you know, turns it. And, you know, it reminds me then, if you think about Raymond Abraham's, you see, totem, yeah, in New York, yeah, it has a completely different, I mean, symbolic, you know, it's not in the mask, but it's really features from the totem moved into a building. So I think there's an interesting debate. What is a part that takes the totem and moves into a building, and what's the building, you know, with the doing a kind of mask as a totem, yeah? And I think there's a interesting comparison between 3 different buildings, yeah? It would be interesting to see ones next to each other that you would not think they have any relationship to each other, yeah? Yeah.
I'm crashing the Zoom party here, so take whatever I say with a grain of salt. You can disregard it right away. A couple of things, and I feel very lucky that I jumped in the moment that you were talking about the Lippo Center of Paul Rudolph. Is one of my favorite projects, what buildings ever from Paul Rudolph, and somebody told me a story in Hong Kong, and I'm not an historian, so I have no clue if this is true or not. The original project was not supposed to be mirror glass. It was supposed to have way more concrete, but Paul Rudolph got fired halfway, and the developer decided to finish it with a mirror glass curtain wall thing, which I think it made it a very unique project, but it was kind of a byproduct of an accidental thing. So the reason I'm saying this is because at the very end of your presentation, you mentioned something that I personally always gravitate to. When you were saying, if something doesn't fit, I leave it like that anyway. I think that's a really interesting idea. The idea that you will get a model kit that you don't figure out certain parts and you will do it in a different way. So I think that is an interesting notion, and I wonder if there is a possibility to start to develop to make it much more methodological as a way to understand that, even if you start to add fake pieces or pieces that they don't fit on purpose. So you imagine that like a kit like this, that can with extra parts and you wouldn't know what to do, and you add it or not, or it can with less parts and you will have to figure out a different way to assembly. I'm pretty sure that happens sometimes. The other thing, which I think it was a good decision for you in the version, is I always think 3 is better than 2. I think I think uneven numbers is always a much interesting idea when you're going to do multiplicity, because I think that changed also the relationship. I wonder if in that argument that you were talking about the misfit of parts, there wouldn't be some way to gravitate the distinction between the 3 pieces, that they may look at first glance that they're very similar, but then when you start looking closer, it will start to reveal other qualities. So I think there is something, for me, super interesting, and that notion that you mentioned at the end, and maybe I'm making too much of it, but it really caught my attention when you argue for that, because I think it will be an interesting way to keep pushing this approach to produce the project. So I'm really intrigued by that idea.
I mean, I think that the idea of a clip-on face is quite odd if you think about it. In architecture, we talk about flatness or faces and the relationship of the face to the mass, but there's always some kind of assumption that they're connected through a body, I guess. And in this case, the way that you peel the faces off and they're interchangeable is a kind of weird toy-like thing that only like toys can do or do. And I'm attracted to that idea, a building that can have multiple faces or attitudes like, you know, collect all three, or you know, whatever that would look like. But it's kind of cool. This elevation too, I really like here that you're showing us. I think it's nice to kind of see the building at the end resolved a little bit more. Like once you kind of give us a window into your play with this project, but then you show it like this. I find it quite cool that it gets resolved in some sense. Yeah, but so click on faces like an angry building, you know, or a you know, I don't know, a forlorn building. It's quite an odd idea, and I like that that by having a snap-on piece like that, it does retain a kind of model kiddiness at full scale. Yeah. Okay, well, guys, we're going to keep cruising. We've got 2 more projects to go, and we're running out of time. So, Nero, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Nero. Jack and Kenji, you guys can cruise
Yep.
ahead.
You also.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Jack. I'm Kenji. Okay, so our OBM Headquarters extension design is based on the Castle Hittingham model kit that we made. And the Castle Hittingham is located in Essex, England. The plans of the castle really fascinated us. We can see some of spiky profiles, thick walls, and in the section we can see some fireplaces that hide in the ground floor's wall. In the contrast, the exterior of the castle is very mute. So the difference between the interior and the exterior is what we focus on. For the midterm, we made 2 model kits. The left one is the deluxe model kit that developed from the Castle Hittingham. And the right one is what we call the dark version of the Castle Hittingham, which is developed from the deluxe model kit. So let's watch the video here. To fit the characteristic of the model kit, the toys, we're gonna start from eBay. It will flip through the page quickly. So this shows the workflow and the logic how we attract by the model kits, play with them, and reassemble the parts to develop the real scale architecture. You can take a quick peek here. First of all is the Castle Hittingham Deluxe model kit, then is the darker version of it. You can see the photograph, the instructional drawings, the decals, the postcard, and all of the things in the model kit box, and also the advertisement videos. The things about the architecture models is that they represent things at another scale. For us, when the architecture exists in a real scale, we look into the programs, the constructions, and the spaces. By the contrast, when the architecture exists in the model kit world, it follows the model kit logic. So the model kit focuses on the features of the original object instead of the real construction methodology. It exaggerates the playful elements in the real world. Based on the 2 model kits we have, the second half of the semester, we have worked on the OBM Headquarters extension design in Columbus, Ohio. So let's click buy it. The unboxing videos of the deluxe model kit shows how we break down the castle and play the exterior inlays and liners to make them lively. We're not only trying to emphasize the feature of the fireplace and the window and the spiral staircase into a different unique entity, but keep it developing to a recognizable model and reveal the secret of the castle interior. In the dark version, we attempt to utilize the other parts in the deluxe model kit to reassemble an unrecognizable and a different quality of the model of a model, which is helping us to deeply think over the scale between a model kit and a real architecture. The purpose of this methodology is that shows the possibility of the next on-site project, OBM Headquarters Extension.
So comes to the model kit drawings world. Here, the model is scaleless. The scale is blurred. The parts are scaled, duplicated, and be assembled together to become components. All these components have potential and opportunity to shape a new project. Now a real site be thrown in, and this is the existing OBM headquarters. Like we play with the models, the parts act as proto-architecture to engage the site and develop programs. And this is the breakdown of our OBM headquarters extension design. Like instructional drawings that we put in a model kit box, it re-understands the architecture in a model perspective.
And rest of the video is looping, so our presentation can end here. And we also paste the eBay link in the chat, so you can see all of the drawings on it.
Yeah, and in the very end, we since we cannot have the physical review to play with the model kit, we have set a virtual exhibition on Sketchfab. I'll also paste it on the chat, so please come in and take a look. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in really quickly because I'm probably not going to start the conversation. I just want to tell you that your project is beautiful and your presentation was brilliant. So great job. It was fantastic. I think one thing I noticed early on in your mid-review video was that you animated the pieces of your model in the kind of ways that when Tom was describing what was going to be different about this semester with the kind of animated model, they were as close to what I was imagining as what he was describing, in that they were playful, or that they were kind of animate in a kind of character-like way, that they would behave in ways that were perhaps pseudo-anthropomorphic, in that you might understand mood or gesture or things like that. This is the first time that in the animation I noticed those qualities. So I guess maybe if I have one question that's not necessarily about being critical of your project, it's how you understood that moment, that kind of, maybe it was a request by Tom, this kind of to animate the pieces. I was curious whether that played into your project at all.
You mean the parts in drawing?
It was the mid-review. It looked like the mid-review project, and it looked like basically they were dancing in the same way that, or in a way that I was imagining the animation of the parts. Mm-hmm. This kind of new layer of kind of thinking about the model and thinking about a kind of animated model in the way that Tom was describing it prior to my seeing any of these projects, even at mid-review. I was imagining like, what would that look like? How would students do that? Kind of animate the pieces behaviorally, not just like we're going to move them around like a stop motion, putting them together thing, but that each piece, or that an assembly of pieces might be a character, that they might have characteristics that we understand differently, differently in the way that, because it would be animated in that kind of way. It would have behavior, it would be anthropomorphic-ish, in that you recognize behavior. You might not recognize head, arm, you might not recognize other aspects that you might otherwise associate with anthropomorphism, but in terms of its animated gesture or kind of character. So I'm just curious, because you guys, I think, are the first group who I've seen that aspect in the presentation anyway. I was curious whether that lives in your project, whether that influenced your project, or whether there's something about character and that kind of animation relative to, you know, how you develop the project.
Yeah, I think every move that we made is that the goal is to make every the parts, or we say the object, very playful, like a model kit that we have. So what we develop, the way we develop basically is to make every parts that have their own characteristic, and like they can dance together, can recognize with each other, and they can be reassembled on the site, both in the real scale and in the model kit scale. So I think that is the kind of movement that we
is it possible to be specific about what the consequences are? Because every project is like a toy, because it is this model kit, and every project can be assembled and put together, but you potentially have this one difference. And I was just curious if that one difference made a noticeable difference. It might not have, I'm just curious, because again, it's the kind of first time I see it. And so I'm just curious about its consequences in the project.
Well, I would say it keeps some interesting figures and some profiles that that exist in the model kits, and it also exists on the real scale site in architecture.
So you're saying that certain kinds of profiles or certain kinds of figures dance better than others, perhaps? Or more suited?
Kind of.
Okay, that's fair. That's a good answer, I think.
I want to echo what Carol was saying, just about the astonishing accomplishment that you guys have done together. I mean, this is really such a beautiful project and such a pleasure to see, and such a pleasure to see how it's just developed and developed and developed and developed from the midterm. Thank you guys for sort of taking it all the way and for producing such a spectacular thing to look at. I really appreciate too the way you were able to take something like a castle keep and sort of, without destroying it, reconfigure it in such a way that it becomes this sort of engine block like complex piece that is also taking strange moments of kinship with what was already there and exploiting them. So like the 3 cylinders that are part of the existing building show up rotated somehow in these kind of twin elements in your own piece. And then also the triangular elements that you're kind of cutting through here, for example, in the Godzilla drawing, echo the triangular shape of the footprint of the billboard. The whole thing feels startling in the best way, and fresh and complicated, and a full exploitation of not only the original precedent that you started with, but also the modeling potential that you kind of walked us through as the existing site. So it's really lovely to see.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool. I also think, you see, I think what comes in this project together is there is a creative move in every moment of the project, you know. So already from the moment that you read the castle, what is it? You know, it's not a massing model anymore, it's a surface model. Once you make the toolbox, it's also you the first one with a tool outside, you know, there are tools inside the boundary, you know, and tools outside. So it seems like they have a character difference, you know. So you see, there are the ones which are within the white entity, and then there are the things around. Yeah, as if you have to play. I don't know what Damian said before. What do I play? You know, with ones they're the essential pieces. The other one you have to add on. Yeah. Then there is the animation part. Then there's then the other toolbox is totally different. So there is also this idea that the toolbox is a device. Yeah. And I have to say, what I really enjoyed is when the drawing started to get alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
That's amazing. That's really amazing. Really amazing.
A dead body suddenly, you know, if the drawing, yeah, is this one. You know, where I think like here now we are going, where basically a dead representation becomes a live presentation. I think perhaps there are too many similar tricks in here. It's just up and down. But I think the idea that a drawing, suddenly gets alive, I have to say, this became interesting. Here in the end, I have a little bit of feeling you dim down your creative part, and as if you just talk on, yeah. But yeah, I think here we go. There is something happening,
I really also like the ambition of the project, that we go from like eBay to like technical drawings to animated stuff to models. It's amazing. It's like a whole world of not only like parts and precedent kind of it's also like the world of mediums and the contemporary condition of like imaging and how we think about culture. And I think it's really amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I will say one thing that I think the drawings with the cutaways where you're glance cutting through things this goes back to something Peter was saying, are a bit stronger than the final design put together, because you've got these kind of angular slices cutting through, and it gently challenge the studio rule that you can't damage objects. Maybe there can be a certain kind of damage, like a very precise glance cut that's permitted, because I think the project is actually stronger cut than it is whole.
I mean, here comes, if there's really something missing, if you want, is what the previous project had with an attempt of a thesis. You know what I mean? Where you say, well, the other one had this idea, the unfinished one. Yeah, I think if you really look back, and say, what could be the thesis? Is the thesis the animation of the parts?
Yeah.
Is it the dead, the making a drawing, making a life? From a dead representation to an active one. Yeah, I think there are several entities I think you can really explore as a thesis project here.
Yeah. But I think the thesis is really what Peter is saying, this idea of like endless becoming of different formats of representation, and this kind of change and transformation and metamorphosis of one thing into the other. And, it's really like becomes this kind of open-ended project that is quite contemporary, right? Because it doesn't just want to resolve itself in one final thing, but it becomes like an endless possibility space. It's really great.
I think there's an insane shock and awe in terms of using your capabilities and capacities to curate every step, so that what happens in this type of situation is that even if there is something missing, I end up trusting you as keepers of information, right?
That's the problem.
Exactly. This is, by the way, this is a great job interview, guys. This is a great presentation, just to let you know.
Thank you.
That's great. I love what you guys are saying about these drawings, especially. I'm so intrigued by this. I keep thinking like that this kind of, I don't know, that the idea of sort of enlivening or enchanting the AXO or the technical drawing, the construction drawing even, it's weirdly connected to this idea of kind of like the BIM model, It's everything that the BIM model isn't, because this is a kind of an art practice thing. But it's so exciting to me to see the kind of compilation of different forms of representation in a totally free-form manner. And I was thinking it'd be so great if like just the space of the drawing, becomes like the model kit. And if you just didn't leave the space of the drawing, but the drawing moved in front of your eyes like this, I think that's an awesome form of representation for these times. So I think that's so cool. And I even imagine the model kit in different versions, and all of that could be contained on this one sheet of paper, where you're moving in and linking and the stuff's moving. So awesome. And I agree with Carol, what she said a minute ago about the sort of enchantment, or as we call it, the Beauty and the Beast logic in the studio, which basically means, if you guys have seen the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast, like everything in the scene is enchanted. The candelabras, the plates, the tables, everything, the birds. it's, you know, organic, inorganic, everything becomes enchanted and alive. And I really feel that in this project. So congratulations, awesome.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Nice
Thanks.
job.
All right, Mandy and Faye, you guys are up.
Last project, right?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Faye.
I'm Mandy.
Oh, sorry. We will first introduce our model kit and then present our design for OBM headquarters expansions. In this project, we started our design from OMMA's big library. It's an unbuilt project for a competition held in Paris, France in 1989. By extracting different elements in this precedent and rethinking them, we create our model kit.
The surface of the box is composed of the hybrid graphic planes. When we open the box, we can see an assembly menu, the stickers of different size, and the assortment of treasures. The offset square column and the void egg intersect to create the new figure. This layered shell become a kind of symbol which changes the quality of the original solid object. These thick 9 square plane blocks make the floor independent. And the contact of this building is also displayed in the same way. Objects of different scales are put together. The big box has the small box inside, and the large model kit also has its small subkits.
This animation is showing the autonomousness of each part. We free the parts from its original forms. They are completely different from the elements in the precedent, but still can be recognized. For the next step, we use the parts in our model kit to design the headquarters expansion for OBM company. Each part we use has an equal analogical standing in our project.
After that, we began to throw our alternative building onto the sides and give them the architectural qualities. Various objects are unified by the drawings panel. These objects have their own properties and functions. You can easily pick out and evaluate each of the projects individually. The way these discrete parts were generated and arranged at different scales makes our project appears to exist as both model scales and building scales.
In this drawing, we'll introduce each part of the building. The spiral set intersecting in the cylinder is a connection to connect the existing buildings and the new design. In the middle of the building are amenities. On the right, the silver gray block is for office space, and the spiral that attached to it is the meeting room. And the S shape on the left is for several space, which includes the IT room, restroom, and storage. This space includes office space for different departments and leisure space indoor and outdoor for employees. In this animation, we see our building as a new model kit and try to create more possibilities for our design. The process from model kit to building and then back to model kit creates misreading and uncertainty. So that will be end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, just to start, I think what I found interesting is there are, if I see some of the parts in the building eventually, yeah, I would not imagine that they come from the OMA library. Yeah, so to me, what I think is intriguing is things emerge out of this building that I haven't thought are contained within this building. I didn't know that there is this, that you can make such a spiral. I didn't know there's this helmet idea inside, you know. I think, yes, the X reminds me of the column, I think, or there's a column. But I think that's, to me, the intriguing thing, you know, that the individual toolbox that you have subtracted from the library, I think, is the unique thing. Yeah. You know, now to turn it into a building, it seems like there is an idea now that the building should not resemble anything that OMA did. You know, it should not be a cube. It should only be part. So it seems like you wanted to make there's still a negotiation with the building eventually. Yeah. Yeah, and also you don't render it as a building, you render it more like a machine. But what I found funny, or what I didn't know, is what is this small little piece, you know, this one? What is this? What is this? Is this an original piece from the building? You know, I mean, was this a plan or something? So it seems like some things are scaled, yeah, and some things are originally taken, or am I wrong?
So we use the 2-dimension floor plan drawing, and we not extrude them. Because we have the knives, and then we extrude them. So we have the 3-dimension object, and then we embed them back to the building. So we have like this floor plan, the little square. And when we have the equipment plan, we can also see like the 9 floor plan drawing in our building.
No, I think there is something really unique of how you, I mean, what Tom once said, you know, one of the intention is how to make a close reading, yeah? Or basically, how do you learn to read buildings differently? I think there's something unique in your project on that level, you know? I think I enjoyed, I haven't thought that the project contains things that you have extracted from it.
Well, I absolutely love the I love the kit. It's really intriguing, and it contains also a lot of parts that you can't quite connect with the precedent, which I really appreciate. To your point, Peter, this kind of ultra close reading, and I would say love of the precedent, resulted in these just wild parts like this helmet, which is some kind of piece sliced off of one of the nested spaces inside, I think. But I also really like the outcome. I think it's kind of surprising and weird, like that the X goes from an elevational signifier of structure in the original to this sort of plan piece, this helmet, and then these I guess, spirals that are coming from circulation become an elevational figure. And then, like you're pointing out, Peter, this kind of plan thing, which seems like a whole building, becomes a sub compartment of the larger building. It's just so, there's so many different scales at work. it's really, this project is really what I always imagined would be like such a great use of the parts. Just they're scaled they're defamiliarized because you've scaled them completely out of what was in the precedent. And then also you exhaust the function, you eliminate the function and you give it new function.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what we were kind of, we were missing this a little bit in some of the earlier projects where we were sort of asking people, what have you done with the model parts that is different than, or repurposing or reimagining? And I think this project, out of all the projects that, at least that I've seen today, really fully takes on the transformative power of reseeing, reimagining, differently scaling, differently using, rotating, etc. Because for you to come, you know, in a way, the challenge of a project like this is that the parts are already so known.
Right.
They already present themselves as kind of ready parts, and yet you really dismantled any way that I would have ever been able to see such an iconic project, such an iconic design, which was already, again, a kind of part to whole problem, the way it was originally designed. You dismantled that and you put it back together in such a surprising and really delightful way, and in a way that it also kind of like lovingly exploits the kind of plastic nature of models, and the fact that you can imagine, as you said, the building, even the building that you then made out of the toy, that building immediately becomes another toy that you could imagine many other buildings from. I think it's really accomplished.
Well, I want to even dwell on this to be more precise. The thing is, I think the uniqueness that you have achieved is, yes, you subtracted something, call it part or geometry, but you reinvented a new one, you know? I mean, so basically, so for example, also that by reassembling them, they become new originals, you know? They don't become fragments, yeah? Or they don't become, let's say, what Le Corbusier to you know, they are not coming pieces, and neither they're becoming fragments. Yeah, they become new entities that have form and content in itself. You know, I think there's some probably I cannot find a language for that. Yeah, but that what I think Tom and Marika said, that there is a reorigination of the element, that it becomes a new identifiable feature, architectural feature, yeah, that has lost more or less its reference. Yeah, I think that's, to me, is the uniqueness. Like this helmet that suddenly is still a, you know, it's not like a fragment. It's like a new thing, or the spiral thing. Perhaps the X is still a signifier, just rotated. But I think, imagine this is like a ramp, or I mean, you know, I think there's really, yeah, and also this building part, this has a detail that usually only forms have. Yeah, no, I think it's a cool project. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we'll stop it there. We're just around at 2 o'clock, and I just want to say thank you to the jury for hanging out this whole time, and especially thank you to the students. You guys, I know this has been an odd semester, and we started out in the physical world of plastic parts and making big physical models, and then directly after we had our midterm, of course, we switched to virtual. But I'm really excited that we did that, and that we started to work on these sort of new forms of like animated representation. And in a way, it was almost good that that happened, so we could begin to work more intently on this idea that the animate qualities, or the inner life of the model kit. So I think that was really great, and I appreciate all of your extremely hard work. It looks awesome today. So if
great studio, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, E. Thanks for coming.
Really great, really inspiring.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I second.
Awesome work.
Amazing.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.